Story 1. After my husband left for a military deployment, my brother-in-law tried to become the man of the house, claiming I was mentally unstable to stay alone. But what happened next was far worse. Before we continue, tell us in the comments where you're watching from, and don't forget to subscribe, hit the notification bell so you never miss a new story, and leave a like on the video. I should have seen the red flags from day one, but hindsight is perfect vision, right? When my husband deployed for 8 months with his unit, I thought I had everything under control. I spent 6 years in the military myself before transitioning to civilian life, so managing a household solo was nothing new. I had systems, routines, backup plans for my backup plans. I'd done this before during shorter deployments, and I'd always managed fine, better than fine, actually. I thrived on the independence, the quiet, the ability to run things exactly how I wanted without compromise. What I didn't have was a plan for my mother-in-law's guilt trip about her recently divorced son needing a place to stay. The conversation happened 3 weeks into the deployment on a Tuesday evening when I was finishing up some work emails. My mother-in-law called, voice thick with that particular tone mothers use when they're about to ask for something they know you won't want to give. I recognized it immediately because my own mother has the same tone when she's building up to a request. Her youngest son, let's call him the problem for now, because that's what he became, had just finalized his divorce and needed somewhere to stay temporarily. The garage apartment above our detached garage sat empty. And wouldn't it be nice to have a man around the house for security while my husband was overseas? That last part got under my skin immediately. I don't need a man around for security. I have an alarm system, cameras, and a very clear understanding of how to protect myself and my property. But I didn't say that because you don't win arguments with your mother-in-law by pointing out how her assumptions are rooted in outdated gender roles. I wanted to say no. Every instinct I'd honed during my military service was screaming at me to refuse. There was something in her voice, some undertone I couldn't quite identify but didn't like. But family dynamics are complicated, especially when you're still relatively new to a family, only married for 3 years. I was still proving myself in some ways, still trying to find my place in their established rhythms and relationships. My husband and I had video chatted about it the next day during his scheduled call time. The connection was grainy, his face pixelated, but I could see his expression clearly enough. He seemed okay with the idea, said his brother was going through a rough time with the divorce and we had the space. He pointed out that the garage apartment just sat there empty and it would be temporary, maybe 2 or 3 months maximum, while his brother got back on his feet. When I expressed hesitation, my husband reminded me that his brother had let us stay with him for a week when we'd had that plumbing disaster the previous year. Family helps family, right? So, I agreed, telling myself it was temporary, telling myself I was being paranoid for no good reason. Telling myself that my gut reaction was just hypervigilance, not actual warning signs. I'd work on being more trusting, more flexible, more willing to accommodate family needs. That's what good wives do, what good family members do. I pushed down the feeling in my gut that said this was a mistake. The first 2 weeks were fine, actually almost too fine. The problem moved into the garage apartment with minimal fuss, kept to himself, mostly was polite when we crossed paths. He'd knock before entering the main house, would text before coming over, brought groceries occasionally to contribute. He even fixed the loose board on the back deck without being asked. Just mentioned he'd noticed it and took care of it. I started thinking maybe I'd been wrong to worry. Maybe this would be completely uneventful and I'd feel guilty later for even hesitating. Maybe my instincts had been off this time. He worked some kind of tech job that allowed remote work. So, he was around the property most days but stayed in his apartment. When we did interact, usually in passing or when he came to the main house for something, he was pleasant. Asked how I was doing, made appropriate small talk about the weather or local news, never overstayed his welcome. He seemed genuinely grateful for the place to stay, mentioned a few times how much he appreciated us helping him out during a difficult transition. Week 3 is when the shift started, subtle enough that I questioned whether I was imagining things. He began offering opinions on household decisions without being asked. Small things at first, things you could easily dismiss as someone trying to be helpful. I mentioned needing to call the landscaping service because the lawn was getting overgrown, and he immediately jumped in saying he'd handle the yard work instead. No need to waste money on something he could easily do. I told him I appreciated the offer, but preferred to keep the service. They'd been doing our yard for 2 years. They knew the property, and honestly, I didn't want to add yard work to anyone's obligations. He smiled and nodded like he understood, said, "Of course, whatever I wanted." But 3 days later, I got a cancellation confirmation email from the landscaping company. When I called them confused, they said a man identifying himself as the homeowner had called to cancel the service. They'd assumed it was my husband. I found the problem in the garage apartment that evening and asked him directly if he'd canceled the service. He looked surprised, said he'd called to get a quote for comparison, and must have been unclear. Didn't mean to actually cancel anything. He offered to call them back and reinstate the service, but when I said I'd handle it myself, he'd already left me a note on the kitchen counter saying he'd taken care of it. The service was scheduled to return. Except when I called the company, they had no record of that call. He'd lied about calling them back. When I confronted him about the lie, he acted confused. Said he'd definitely called. Maybe they had lost the message. Seemed genuinely concerned that there had been a miscommunication. Made me feel like I was being unreasonable for making a big deal out of a scheduling mix-up. That should have been my cue to shut it down immediately, to tell him clearly that this kind of interference wasn't acceptable. But I was trying to keep the peace, trying to be the accommodating daughter-in-law who didn't cause family drama over small things. The watching started around the same time, and this is where things started feeling genuinely uncomfortable. I'd be in the kitchen making dinner, music playing, focused on cooking, and I'd get that feeling you get when someone's staring at you. I'd look up and there he'd be in the garage apartment window, just standing there watching the house, watching me specifically because the kitchen window faces directly toward his apartment. It wasn't protective watching, not like someone keeping an eye out for security concerns. I know what security awareness looks like. I've done perimeter watches. I understand the difference between scanning for threats and staring at a specific person. This was different, focused, intent. When our eyes would meet, he wouldn't wave or nod or acknowledge it normally. He'd jerk back from the window too quickly like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Like he knew he shouldn't be doing what he was doing, but couldn't help himself. It gave me this crawling sensation under my skin. But what was I supposed to say? He's looking out his window. That's not a crime. He lives there. He's allowed to look outside. If I complained to my husband or his family, I'd sound paranoid. Oh, your brother looks out his window and sometimes I catch him. That's not exactly actionable evidence of wrongdoing. But I started locking my bedroom door at night just in case. I started keeping notes on my phone. Date, time, what happened, what he said, how I responded. It felt excessive, maybe paranoid, but something told me I might need this information later. The real problems started manifesting in ways I hadn't anticipated. Ways that were harder to dismiss as misunderstandings or helpful intentions gone wrong. I ran into my neighbor at the grocery store on a Saturday morning. Someone I'd always been friendly with, and she acted weird, cold almost. We'd usually chat for a few minutes when we crossed paths, talk about the neighborhood, upcoming events, general friendly neighbor stuff. This time, she gave me a tight smile and tried to keep moving past me. I stopped her, asked if everything was okay, if I'd done something to offend her. She looked uncomfortable, shifted her grocery basket from one hand to the other, and finally said she understood I was going through a difficult time and respected my need for privacy. I had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. What difficult time? What privacy? I asked her to explain, and she got this pitying look on her face that made my stomach sink. Turns out the neighborhood book club I'd attended twice before the deployment had continued meeting every 2 weeks, but I hadn't received any invitations. Not one. I'd assumed they'd gone on hiatus or maybe disbanded. But no, they'd been meeting regularly at various houses in the neighborhood. When I asked why I hadn't been invited, my neighbor seemed surprised I didn't know. She said my brother-in-law had told everyone I was too emotionally fragile to handle social situations right now, that my husband's deployment had hit me harder than expected, and he was keeping an eye on me as family support. I felt my face get hot with anger and embarrassment. I told her clearly that I was perfectly fine, that I had no idea where he'd gotten that information, and that I'd very much like to continue attending book club if they'd have me. She looked confused now, uncertain, like she was trying to reconcile what I was saying with what she'd been told. She mentioned that the problem had been very convincing, very concerned, had even shown what he claimed was a text from my husband asking him to keep me socially engaged, but not overwhelmed. That text didn't exist. I knew it didn't exist because my husband and I shared an online account where we could see each other's messages for security purposes during deployments. He hadn't texted his brother anything like that. The problem had either fabricated the text or completely made up the conversation. Either way, he'd lied to my neighbors about my mental state and my husband's concerns, effectively isolating me from my social circle while making himself look like the caring family member. I immediately texted the book club group chat, which I was apparently still part of, even though I hadn't received meeting notifications. I wrote a clear message explaining that I was doing perfectly fine, that I had no idea why my brother-in-law had told people otherwise, and that I'd love to attend future meetings if they were still open to having me. The responses came in slowly, awkwardly, full of apologies and confusion. One woman, someone I'd really liked during the 2 meetings I'd attended, sent a longer private message. She explained that the problem had attended the last 3 book club meetings, representing our household since I couldn't make it. He'd been charming, thoughtful in his comments about the books, and very concerned about me. He'd described me as struggling with anxiety, having trouble sleeping, occasionally having emotional outbursts that worried him. He'd positioned himself as the steady presence, making sure I didn't spiral during a difficult time. He'd even brought wine and snacks to the meetings, made himself a welcomed addition to the group. None of it was true. I wasn't struggling, wasn't having outbursts, wasn't having any trouble managing my life. But he'd created this entire narrative, this fictional version of me that painted him as necessary and heroic while making me seem unstable. And he'd done it in a way that seemed caring and concerned. So nobody questioned it. Why would they? He was family. He lived on the property. He seemed genuinely worried. People trust that kind of presentation. When I confronted him that evening, he was in my kitchen. Not the garage apartment, my actual kitchen in the main house, reorganizing my spice cabinet. I hadn't given him permission to be in the main house at all, and I definitely hadn't asked him to touch my organizational system. The spices had been arranged by frequency of use, the way I liked them, the way that made sense for how I cooked. He'd rearranged them alphabetically, which sounds logical, but completely disrupted my system. He looked up when I walked in, holding a bottle of cumin in one hand and paprika in the other, and smiled like nothing was wrong, like it was completely normal for him to be in my house, in my kitchen, rearranging my belongings. He said he'd noticed the spices were out of alphabetical order and thought he'd help organize them properly. The word properly stuck with me, like his way was correct and mine had been wrong. I asked him flat out, keeping my voice level, why he'd told the neighbors I was emotionally unstable. His expression shifted immediately, became concerned and gentle in a way that made my skin crawl. It was too practiced, too smooth, like he'd rehearsed this response. He said he never used those words. He'd simply explained that I was adjusting to my husband's absence and might appreciate a gentle approach from the community. He was protecting me, he said, from being overwhelmed by social obligations when I clearly had enough on my plate managing everything alone. I pointed out that I'd been managing fine, that I didn't need protection or gentle handling, and that he'd effectively isolated me from my social circle without my knowledge or consent. He set down the spices carefully, wiped his hands on a dish towel that he'd also brought from somewhere, and stepped closer to me. Not threatening exactly, but definitely invading my personal space in a way that made me automatically step back and assess exit routes. He said I was being defensive, that he understood deployment stress could make people reactive, but he was just trying to help. He said his brother had asked him to look out for me, to make sure I wasn't struggling, and he was taking that responsibility seriously. When I told him my husband had never said anything like that, he pulled out his phone and showed me a text conversation with his brother, except the timestamps were from before my husband deployed, before any of this started. And the texts were vague enough to be interpreted multiple ways. The gaslighting was textbook. Absolutely textbook. This wasn't just an awkward family member overstepping boundaries because he didn't understand social norms. This was someone methodically isolating me and controlling my narrative in the community, someone who had planned this, who had built a foundation of false concern that he could point to when questioned. I told him clearly and firmly that I didn't need his help, didn't want his involvement in my household decisions, and that he needed to stay in the garage apartment unless specifically invited into the main house. He nodded slowly, said, "Of course." He understood. He didn't mean to overstep, but his eyes told a different story, something calculating and cold that disappeared quickly behind another expression of concern. He left through the back door, and I watched him walk back to the garage apartment with my heart pounding, knowing absolutely that this situation was worse than I'd thought. I started finding other evidence of his intrusion everywhere. Once I knew what to look for, my mail was opened, then carefully resealed. Bills, personal correspondence, even a letter from a friend who was also deployed. He claimed he'd accidentally grabbed my stack when getting his own from the mailbox and opened mine by mistake. Didn't look at the names carefully enough. Once, sure, that's believable. But 3 times? That's a pattern. He'd moved furniture in my living room, said he thought the flow was better this way, that the couch looked better angled toward the window. I'd had the furniture arranged specifically to avoid glare on the TV screen, but he'd prioritized aesthetics over function and done it without asking. He'd adjusted the thermostat settings, programmed his preferred temperature into the system, overriding the schedule I'd set up. When I changed it back, he changed it again, like we were in some kind of silent war over who controlled the environment. He'd reorganized my garage, moving tools and equipment to different locations that he deemed more logical. I couldn't find anything for days because everything was in the wrong place. He trimmed bushes in the front yard without asking, cutting them into shapes I didn't like and wouldn't have chosen. Each thing individually seemed minor, the kind of thing you could dismiss as someone trying to be helpful but missing the mark. But together they formed a pattern of someone taking ownership of my space, my life, my decisions without permission and without respect for my preferences. The comments about my husband started around week 5 and made everything even more uncomfortable. Little digs disguised as compliments or concern. He'd say things like I was far more organized than his brother gave me credit for, implying that my husband didn't appreciate me. That I ran the household better than most people could, certainly better than his brother would if he were home, that it was a shame I didn't get more recognition for my competence, as if my husband failed to acknowledge my contributions. Then he'd add that his brother didn't know how lucky he was leaving a woman like me alone for 8 months. He'd emphasize the words in a way that made it clear he wasn't just talking about household management. He'd say he would never make that choice, would never leave his wife alone for that long, would prioritize staying close to someone he valued. The implication was obvious, and it made my stomach turn every time. I shut those comments down immediately, told him clearly that his brother and I had a strong marriage and my husband's deployment was part of his service commitment, not a choice to abandon me. But he'd act like I was misunderstanding innocent observations, like I was reading too much into simple statements. The thing is, I wasn't misunderstanding anything. I've dealt with enough inappropriate behavior in various contexts, both in the military and in civilian life, to know exactly what I was hearing. He was testing boundaries, seeing how I'd react, building up to something worse. One afternoon, while I was at work, a woman contacted me through social media. Her profile showed she'd worked at the same company as the problem at his previous job before the divorce. She'd heard through mutual connections that he was staying with family and felt compelled to reach out with a warning. She sent me a long, detailed message that made my blood run cold. According to her, he'd told coworkers disturbing things about me, his brother's wife, whom he'd never actually lived with before this arrangement. He claimed he was managing my finances because I couldn't handle money. Said I'd made several poor decisions that he'd had to quietly fix. He said I called him crying most nights, that I was emotionally dependent on him, that the deployment had broken something fundamental in me, and he was the only thing holding me together. He'd positioned himself as my primary support system, made it sound like I couldn't function without his intervention. None of it was true. I hadn't cried once since my husband left. I managed our finances perfectly well and always had. I'd never called him for emotional support, and I certainly wasn't broken or dependent. But he'd created this entire fictional narrative about me to his coworkers, painting himself as the responsible family member, nobly holding things together for his unstable sister-in-law who couldn't manage on her own. When I asked the woman why she was telling me this, she said several coworkers had found his stories concerning and inconsistent. He'd talk about how I couldn't handle basic tasks, but then mention things I'd accomplished that clearly required competence and organization. He'd describe me as emotionally fragile, but then talk about my military background and how capable I'd been in that context. The stories didn't add up, and it had made some people uncomfortable enough that they'd started comparing notes about what he was saying. She said one coworker had finally asked him directly why his brother would deploy and leave me in such a bad state if I was really that unstable. Wouldn't there be family care plans? Wouldn't his brother have arranged better support? Wouldn't there be some kind of intervention? He'd gotten defensive, said his brother didn't know how bad things really were, that he was protecting his brother from the truth to avoid worrying him during deployment. That answer had raised more red flags, and that's when this woman decided to reach out to me directly. I thanked her profusely and added all the information to my growing documentation, because yes, I was documenting everything now, maintaining detailed logs with dates, times, witnesses, evidence, screenshots of every concerning message, photos of every unauthorized change to my house, written records of every inappropriate comment. If this escalated, and my gut said it absolutely would, I needed evidence that would hold up under scrutiny. The breaking point in my evidence gathering came when I found copies of my house keys in his apartment. I'd gone over there while he was at work to drop off a package that had been delivered to the main house by mistake. His door was unlocked, which should have been my first clue to just leave the package outside. But I knocked and called out and got no answer. I left the package just inside the door, and that's when I saw them. Sitting on his kitchen counter right there in plain view were 2 copies of my main house key. I knew they were mine because I'd put a distinctive colored cover on my original key, bright blue to distinguish it from other keys on my ring. These had the same colored covers, same key shape, clearly duplicates of my key that he had made without permission. Not keys to the garage apartment, keys to my main house, giving him unrestricted access to my private space whenever he wanted. My hands shook as I took photos from multiple angles. I documented their exact location, made sure the timestamps on the photos were clear, then I left everything exactly as I'd found it, closed his door carefully, and went back to my house. My heart was pounding. The danger level had just escalated from uncomfortable to genuinely concerning. I sat at my kitchen table and started planning. This wasn't a situation where you could just react emotionally and hope things worked out. This required strategy, documentation, proof, and careful execution. Over the next few days, I installed small cameras in my house, hidden but covering key areas, entry points, living spaces, anywhere he'd been entering without permission. The cameras were legal, installed in my own home, and set to record when they detected motion. I documented every interaction with timestamps and detailed notes. I started keeping a recorder in my pocket during any conversation with him, making sure I could prove what was said if needed later. Then I reached out to his ex-wife through social media. I'd found her profile through family connections, and I sent a carefully worded message explaining that I was her ex-husband's sister-in-law, that he was currently staying with us, and that I was experiencing concerning behavior that might benefit from her insight if she was willing to talk. I tried to be respectful of whatever trauma she might have from the marriage, made it clear she had no obligation to respond, but that any information she could share would be helpful. She responded within an hour. Her message was long, detailed, and absolutely terrifying in how closely it mirrored what I was experiencing. She said she'd been waiting for this message, had wondered when someone else would reach out about his behavior, was relieved that I'd noticed the red flags early enough to take action. She asked if we could talk on the phone, said there was too much to explain over text, and gave me her number. We talked for almost 2 hours that evening. I sat in my locked bedroom, windows covered, and listened to her describe a marriage that had started normally and gradually transformed into a nightmare of control and manipulation. When they'd been married, he'd gradually taken over every aspect of her life in ways that felt helpful at first and then became suffocating. He'd started managing her money, said he was better with finances and wanted to take that stress off her plate. Within months, she had no access to their accounts, no idea what they had or where it went, completely dependent on him for every purchase. He controlled who she saw, started declining invitations on her behalf, told friends and family she was too busy or too tired, isolated her systematically until she had no support network outside of him. He made decisions without consulting her, from major purchases to what they'd eat for dinner. And when she tried to push back, he'd make her feel unreasonable for wanting input into her own life. He'd tell her she was being difficult, that he was trying to help and she was unappreciative, that she should be grateful someone cared enough to handle everything for her. Classic control tactics wrapped in the language of care and concern. But the part that really made my skin crawl was when she described his escalation. He'd started gathering false evidence of her instability, documenting times she was upset or emotional, and framing them as mental health crises. He'd tell their friends she was having breakdowns, show them texts or emails out of context to support his narrative, position himself as the stable one holding things together. He'd threatened to have her declared mentally unfit, said he'd collected enough evidence that a court would believe him over her. She agreed to provide a written statement if needed, and warned me that he wouldn't stop escalating until someone forced him to. According to her, he believed he was entitled to control the women in his family's life, that he was smarter than everyone else and deserved to be in charge. His divorce had wounded his ego, and he'd fixate on a new target. I was convenient, available, and in his mind, abandoned by his brother, and therefore his responsibility. I asked her what had finally made her leave, what had been the moment she knew she had to get out. She was quiet for a long moment, then said he tried to convince her she was losing her memory, that she'd agreed to things she hadn't agreed to, that her version of reality was faulty. When she'd started finding evidence that he was deliberately moving and hiding things to make her doubt herself, she'd realized he wasn't just controlling, he was dangerous. Armed with her testimony and my growing evidence file, I prepared for confrontation. What I wasn't prepared for was how it would actually happen or how much worse things would get before they got better. I came home early from a doctor's appointment on a Tuesday afternoon about 6 weeks into his stay. My car had been making a noise, so I'd borrowed my friend's car for the day. He didn't know I was home. I walked into my house through the side door that leads directly into the kitchen, and I heard sounds upstairs, movement in my bedroom. Every alarm bell in my head went off at once. I pulled out my phone, opened the recording app, and quietly went upstairs. My bedroom door was half open, and there he was, going through my dresser drawers, not even attempting to hide what he was doing, just methodically searching through my personal belongings like he had every right to be there. I started recording video and asked him what the hell he was doing. He spun around, startled, and for a split second, I saw real anger on his face before he smoothed it into fake concern. He said he'd been looking for something, that I'd texted him asking him to grab an item for me. I hadn't texted him anything. I held up my phone, showed him the empty message thread, and told him to get out of my room. Instead of leaving, he stepped closer, not threatening exactly, but definitely invading my space in a way that made me tense. He said we needed to talk, that he'd been wanting to discuss something important with me for weeks now. I told him there was nothing to discuss and he needed to leave the main house immediately. He kept coming closer. That's when he said it. The thing that made everything crystal clear. He told me everything he'd been doing, all the help, all the concern, all the involvement, was because he cared about me. Really cared about me. Not like a sister-in-law, but as a woman. He said his brother didn't appreciate me, didn't deserve me, had abandoned me for 8 months without a second thought. He said I should be with someone who understood my value, who would never leave me alone like this, who would take care of me properly. I was still recording. I kept my voice steady and asked him to clarify what he was saying. He actually smiled like I was playing coy, like this was some kind of mutual flirtation I'd been too shy to acknowledge. He said I had to know how he felt, that the connection between us had been obvious from the start, that we'd been dancing around it, but it was time to stop pretending. I told him clearly on recording that there was no connection, that I was married to his brother and had never given him any indication of romantic interest, and that he needed to leave. His expression changed again, became frustrated. He said I was lying to myself, that my marriage was already over in everything but name, that I just hadn't accepted it yet. Then he tried to kiss me, actually lunged forward and tried to force his mouth on mine. I shoved him hard, both palms to his chest, sent him stumbling backward. I was screaming at him to get out. My heart was racing. I kept my phone recording the whole time. He steadied himself and instead of looking ashamed or apologetic, he smiled. He told me nobody would believe me, He'd spent 6 weeks carefully building a narrative with the neighbors, with his coworkers, with our family, that I was unstable and emotionally dependent on him. He'd isolated me socially, made himself look like the responsible caretaker. If I tried to tell anyone about this, they'd assume I was having some kind of breakdown, that I'd misinterpreted his innocent concern. He'd planned this, he said, had been planning it from the moment he moved in. I kept recording. I let him talk. Let him lay out his whole strategy while my phone captured every word. He threatened that if I told his brother, it would destroy the family and everyone would blame me for causing drama. He said I should think very carefully about my next move because he held all the cards here. Then he left, walking slowly, taking his time, making sure I understood he wasn't leaving because I told him to, but because he chose to. When I heard the garage apartment door close, I locked every door and window in the main house, then sat on my bedroom floor, shaking, phone still in my hand with the full recording saved. I had audio of everything. His confession, his proposition, his admission of manipulation, his attempt to kiss me, his threats about the narrative he'd built. I had video of him in my bedroom. I had documentation of weeks of boundary violations. And I had his ex-wife ready to testify to an identical pattern. Now, I just had to tell my husband that his brother had tried to kiss me in our bedroom and then threatened me when I rejected him. That was going to be a fun conversation. I waited until our scheduled video call time, which was about 3 hours later. Couldn't wait. Couldn't let this sit. When his face appeared on screen, he was smiling, asking about my day in that casual way we'd fallen into for these deployment calls. I interrupted him and said I needed to tell him something serious, and he needed to listen to the whole thing before reacting. His smile faded immediately. He asked if I was okay, if I was hurt. I said I wasn't hurt physically, but something had happened with his brother, and I needed him to hear a recording. I played the audio from the bedroom confrontation, watching his face on the screen as he listened to his brother confess feelings, heard the attempt, heard the threats. The silence after the recording ended lasted maybe 10 seconds, but it felt like an hour. When he finally spoke, his voice was completely flat, emotionless in a way I'd never heard from him before. He said he'd be making some calls and would get back home as soon as possible. He asked if I was safe right now, if his brother was still on the property. I said yes to safe, I'd locked everything, and yes, the problem was still in the garage apartment but hadn't tried to contact me. My husband's jaw clenched. He said to stay inside, keep everything locked, and do not engage with his brother under any circumstances. He'd handle it. Then he said he loved me and ended the call. The whole conversation lasted maybe 5 minutes, but I could see the rage building behind his eyes with every word of that recording. What I didn't know was that my brother-in-law had been monitoring the situation, had somehow seen or heard enough to know I'd told his brother what happened. Because within an hour of that call, things escalated in a way I hadn't anticipated. My phone started getting notifications. Someone had created social media accounts using my name and photos scraped from my legitimate profiles. These fake accounts were posting bizarre, incoherent content. Rants about government conspiracies, claims about neighbors spying on me, aggressive messages to local businesses. It was clearly designed to make me look unstable, to give credibility to the narrative he'd been building. I immediately reported every profile and started documenting this new escalation. Then my boss called. She was concerned because she'd received a call from someone claiming to be my brother-in-law, reporting that I'd been having episodes, that my family was worried about my mental state, that I might need medical intervention. She was calling to check on me because the report had been detailed enough to be concerning, but vague enough to be questionable. I explained the entire situation to her, sent her the recordings, and she was immediately supportive. She said she'd document the call and that my job was secure, but suggested I might want to consider a restraining order. I thanked her and added this latest escalation to my evidence file. The problem had declared war, and he was using every tactic he could think of to destroy my credibility before I could destroy his. But he'd made one critical mistake. He'd underestimated how much evidence I'd gathered and how seriously my husband would take this threat. My husband managed to get emergency leave, citing a family crisis that required his immediate presence. His commanding officer approved it after hearing a brief explanation of the situation. He had 48 hours to get home, and he used every minute of it traveling. He arrived at 2 o'clock in the morning on a Thursday, still in uniform, having driven straight from the airport. I heard his truck pull up and ran outside. The hug lasted a full minute, neither of us saying anything, just holding on. When we finally pulled apart, he asked me one question: "Where is he?" I pointed to the garage apartment. A light was on, so his brother was still awake. My husband told me to go inside the house, lock the door, and stay away from the windows. His voice had that flat, controlled quality again, the one that told me he was barely containing serious anger. I wanted to argue, wanted to be there, but I also knew when to trust someone's judgment. I went inside and watched from the upstairs window. My husband walked to the garage apartment and pounded on the door. 3 sharp bangs that echoed in the quiet neighborhood. When his brother opened the door, looking confused and then alarmed, my husband didn't say a word. He just punched him, straight shot to the face, and his brother went down. I couldn't hear what was being said, but I saw my husband grab his brother by the shirt, haul him back up, and slam him against the wall. 2 more hits, one to the ribs, one to the face again. His brother's nose was bleeding, and my husband was still talking, getting right in his face, and saying something that made his brother's expression shift from shock to genuine fear. Then my husband walked away, came back into the house with blood on his knuckles and breathing hard. He washed his hands at the kitchen sink while I stood there, not quite knowing what to say. When he finally looked at me, he said, "Nobody touches you. Nobody threatens you." And his brother was lucky he'd stopped at a few hits, because his first instinct had been much worse. We sat at the kitchen table and I showed him everything. Every piece of evidence, every documentation, every screenshot. We organized it all into a clear timeline. And then he made a phone call that woke up his mother at 3 o'clock in the morning. He told her there would be a family meeting at our house in 2 days, attendance mandatory, and she would want to hear what he had to say before asking questions. The extra day would give people time to arrange their schedules and give us time to prepare the evidence presentation properly. The next 2 days felt surreal. I'd barely slept that first night. My husband had maybe gotten 2 hours, and his brother was presumably nursing his injuries in the garage apartment. We spent the time organizing our evidence into a clear, devastating presentation. My mother-in-law arrived first, followed by 2 of my husband's other siblings and their spouses. His brother came last, sporting a black eye and swollen nose, looking sullen and defensive. My husband stood in our living room like he was giving a military briefing. He stated the facts clearly and without emotion. While he was deployed serving his country, his brother had moved into our garage apartment and subsequently attempted to isolate, manipulate, and ultimately sexually assault his wife in their own home. He said the words deliberately, making sure everyone understood the severity. Then I showed them the evidence. I created a presentation organized chronologically, showing the escalation. Video clips of him in my bedroom uninvited, screenshots of the fake social media accounts, documentation of the lies he'd told neighbors and coworkers. The recording of his ex-wife describing the identical pattern from their marriage and the audio from the bedroom confrontation was the final piece. I played it for everyone, and the room fell completely silent. You could hear every word, his confession, his proposition, the attempt, the threats. When it ended, nobody spoke for almost a full minute. His ex-wife had agreed to attend via video call, and she corroborated everything. She described her experience with him, the control, the manipulation, the gaslighting, and how she'd only escaped by documenting and getting legal help. She looked directly at the camera and said she'd warned him during their divorce that he needed therapy, that his need to control women would destroy his life, and he'd clearly learned nothing. My brother-in-law tried to defend himself. He stammered that I'd misunderstood, that the recording was taken out of context, that his feelings had been confused, and he'd never meant to actually act on them. My husband cut him off, voice sharp, and said there was video evidence of him in our bedroom, audio evidence of him admitting to a calculated manipulation campaign, and a witness testifying to his pattern of abuse. My mother-in-law had her hand over her mouth, looking between her sons like she couldn't process what was happening. One of the other siblings said what everyone was thinking. He had to leave immediately, and there would be consequences if he ever tried to contact me again. The decision was unanimous. He would pack his belongings today and be gone by evening. My husband and his other brothers would supervise to make sure nothing was damaged or stolen. My mother-in-law was crying, but she nodded agreement. She asked her youngest son how he could do this, how he could betray family like this, and he had no answer. They packed his things in complete silence. Nobody spoke except to coordinate moving boxes. It took about 3 hours to clear out the garage apartment. When everything was loaded into his car, my husband handed him the apartment keys and said if he ever contacted me in any way for any reason, it wouldn't be police he'd have to worry about first. His brother left without another word, and I watched his car disappear down the street with something between relief and exhaustion. The garage apartment sat empty again, and I realized I'd been holding tension in my shoulders for 6 weeks that finally released. My husband had to return to his deployment in 1 week. We spent that time reinforcing security, changing locks, installing additional cameras, and just being together. The conversations we had during those days were deeper and more honest than any we'd had before. He apologized for not taking my initial hesitation about his brother more seriously, for not recognizing the position he'd put me in by agreeing to the arrangement. I told him I didn't blame him, that nobody expects their sibling to be capable of something like this. We talked about communication, about trust, about how deployment puts stress on a marriage in unexpected ways. We made a plan for more frequent video calls, for being more transparent about struggles, for treating our marriage like the partnership it was supposed to be. Before he left, we worked together on the security system. He showed me some additional self-defense techniques. Not that I needed much refresher from my own service, but it made him feel better. We established protocols, emergency contacts, plans for various scenarios. It was clinical and practical and exactly what we both needed. I also started meeting regularly with my brother-in-law's ex-wife. She'd become an unexpected friend through this mess. Someone who understood exactly what I dealt with because she'd survived it herself. She taught me about recognizing psychological manipulation tactics, about trusting your instincts even when someone makes you feel crazy for having them, about the importance of documentation. We'd meet for coffee once a week and she'd share resources on coercive control, gaslighting, and the particular dynamics of family-based abuse. She'd gotten therapy after her divorce, and she recommended her therapist to me. I started sessions not because I thought I was damaged, but because processing what happened with a professional seemed like a healthy choice. My mother-in-law requested a one-on-one meeting about 3 weeks after my husband returned to deployment. We met at a neutral coffee shop, and she spent the first 10 minutes crying and apologizing. She said she'd failed as a mother, that she'd raised a son who thought he could force himself on a woman, that she couldn't understand where it had gone so wrong. I let her talk, let her process, but I was also watching carefully for signs that she might try to excuse his behavior or minimize what happened. For a moment, she started down that road, saying something about how he just wanted to help and maybe his feelings got confused. She stopped mid-sentence, looked at me, and said she heard herself making excuses, and she needed to stop doing that. She admitted she'd grown up with beliefs about men being natural protectors and decision-makers in ways that probably hadn't helped her son develop healthy respect for women's autonomy. She said she was going to work on that actively and consciously, and she hoped I could forgive her for not seeing what her son was becoming. I appreciated the apology, though forgiveness felt complicated. I told her I needed time, that trust had been broken, not just by her son, but by the family dynamic that had pressured me into accepting him in the first place. She nodded, said she understood, and promised to respect whatever boundaries I needed. The video calls with my husband got better after everything happened. Deeper, more real, less surface level. We talked about fears and vulnerabilities we'd never shared before. He admitted feeling guilty for being gone, for not being there to protect me, even though intellectually he knew I'd handled things perfectly. I admitted I'd felt pressure to be the perfect military wife, never complaining about deployments, always managing everything flawlessly. We were learning to be honest in ways we hadn't been before, and the marriage felt stronger for it. Strange that it took something so terrible to force us into that kind of communication, but I wasn't going to waste the lesson. The final 2 months of the deployment passed without incident. I managed everything perfectly, proving to myself and everyone else that I'd never needed help in the first place. My brother-in-law had moved to another state, too humiliated and afraid of his brother to risk being nearby. Some family members cut contact with him completely. Others maintained minimal relationships, but made it clear they didn't condone his actions. I considered filing for a restraining order, but ultimately decided it wasn't necessary. He was scared enough of his brother, and the social consequences within the family were severe enough that I didn't think he'd risk contact. I kept all the evidence filed away just in case, but I wanted to move forward rather than stay locked in legal proceedings. My mother-in-law actually followed through on her promise to work on her beliefs and patterns. She started going to therapy herself, reading books about emotional abuse and family dynamics, and making conscious efforts to treat me as an autonomous adult rather than someone who needed male family supervision. It was gradual, but I noticed the changes in how she communicated with me. The family as a whole established new patterns. More direct communication, more respect for boundaries, more acknowledgement that what had happened was serious and couldn't be brushed aside for the sake of family harmony. It wasn't perfect, but it was progress. I found myself relaxing in ways I hadn't even realized I'd been tense. The constant low-level vigilance I'd maintained throughout those 6 weeks was finally gone. I could be in my own house without listening for footsteps from the garage apartment, without tracking another person's movements, without wondering what boundary would be violated next. When my husband's deployment finally ended and he came home for good, the reunion felt different than I'd imagined it would 8 months earlier. We'd been through something that had tested us in unexpected ways, had forced us to confront weaknesses in our communication and family dynamics, and we'd come through it stronger. He walked through the door on a Tuesday morning, and I met him with a hug that felt like relief and homecoming and 1,000 other emotions I couldn't name. He looked around the house, taking in how perfectly I'd maintained everything, and said he was proud of me, not in a patronizing way, but in genuine recognition of what I'd handled alone. We spent the first few days just being together, relearning each other's rhythms, talking through everything that had happened in more detail now that we had the luxury of time and presence. He showed me the letters he'd written but never sent during the deployment, processing his anger and guilt and fear about what his brother had done. I showed him the journal I'd kept, documenting not just the evidence, but my emotional journey through it all. The fear, the doubt, the strength I'd found, the relief when it was over. We shared these pieces of ourselves that we'd carried separately, and it felt like building something new on a foundation that had been tested and proven solid. About 2 weeks after he got back, my mother-in-law organized a family dinner to welcome him home officially. Everyone was invited except his youngest brother, that absence making a clear statement about consequences. During the dinner, my mother-in-law did something I didn't expect. She stood up, asked for everyone's attention, and made a public acknowledgement. She said she'd failed as a mother and as a mother-in-law by not listening when I'd expressed concerns, by pressuring me into a situation I hadn't wanted, and by raising a son who thought he could force himself on a woman. She said she was grateful her other son had a wife strong enough to protect herself, and she was committed to making sure nothing like this ever happened in their family again. The room was silent, but it was the kind of silence that felt like collective recognition rather than awkwardness. My husband reached over and took my hand, and I felt the support of everyone present in that moment. It didn't erase what had happened, but it validated that it had been real, that it had been serious, and that the family took it seriously. My brother-in-law tried to call once, about a month after my husband returned. My husband answered, and the conversation lasted maybe 5 seconds. He said his brother's name, listened to whatever was being said, then spoke clearly and firmly, "Don't call again. Don't come back. We're done," and hung up. When I asked what his brother wanted, my husband said he'd been trying to apologize, asking for another chance to explain himself, but it was far too late for apologies to matter. We never heard from him again. The family maintained the boundary collectively. Nobody offering him a way back in. Nobody making excuses for him. Nobody suggesting enough time had passed that we should forgive and forget. It was the consequence he'd earned. And everyone seemed to understand that some violations don't get second chances. The months after everything settled were about rebuilding. Not just the house security or family dynamics, but our sense of normalcy. I managed to get all the fake social media profiles removed within a few weeks by providing evidence to the platforms, and they acted quickly once they saw the documentation. We went back to regular routines, made plans for the future, talked about eventually starting a family ourselves once we felt ready. My husband transitioned to a non-deploying position, partly because of what happened and partly because it was time in his career trajectory. Anyway, I kept meeting with my brother-in-law's ex-wife, and we developed a genuine friendship beyond trauma bonding. She was funny, smart, building a new life for herself, and we supported each other through the ongoing process of healing from family abuse. She started dating someone new, someone who respected her boundaries and treated her like an equal, and I was happy seeing her happiness. My therapy sessions became less about processing trauma and more about general life management and relationship strengthening. The therapist helped me understand that what I'd experienced was coercive control, a form of abuse that leaves invisible scars, and that my response had been textbook correct. Document, reach out, protect yourself, involve authorities when necessary, don't engage alone. I'd done everything right, and hearing that validation from a professional helped. My mother-in-law and I developed a better relationship than we'd had before everything happened. Ironically, she respected my boundaries completely now, asked before assuming, treated me like an adult with full agency, and we could actually have honest conversations about difficult topics. The crisis had forced honesty that might never have happened otherwise. Looking back on those 8 months, I can see clearly how it unfolded. The slow boundary violations, the isolation tactics, the gaslighting, the escalation to an actual assault attempt. I can see how he'd planned it, how he'd built his narrative carefully, how he'd underestimated both my military training and my unwillingness to be controlled. What he didn't count on was documentation, evidence, support systems, and a family that ultimately chose to believe the victim and hold the perpetrator accountable. He didn't count on his ex-wife being willing to testify to his pattern. He didn't count on me having cameras and recordings. He especially didn't count on his brother's reaction when he learned someone had tried to assault his wife. I learned things about myself through this experience. I learned I could trust my instincts even when someone was telling me I was crazy. I learned I was stronger than I'd known, more capable of strategic thinking under pressure, more willing to fight for my safety and dignity. I also learned that marriage requires constant work, constant communication, constant willingness to be vulnerable and honest. The deployment had been hard, but the crisis with his brother had forced us to communicate in ways we'd avoided before. We were better partners now, more honest, more trusting, more willing to share the difficult stuff instead of just presenting our best selves to each other. My brother-in-law's life, from what little we heard through extended family, spiraled further downward. His actions had consequences beyond just being kicked out of our garage apartment. Word got around at his workplace about the false reports he'd made and the social media manipulation. When coworkers started comparing notes about his contradictory stories about me, HR got involved and he ended up losing his job. Friends and extended family cut ties when they learned the truth. His reputation in the community was destroyed. He tried to ruin my life to cover his crimes, and instead he'd ruined his own. I don't take pleasure in that exactly, but I don't mourn it either. Actions have consequences, and he'd made his choices knowing they were wrong. The fact that he'd done the same thing to his ex-wife showed it wasn't a moment of confusion or poor judgment. It was a pattern of abusive behavior. He needed serious intervention, therapy, probably medication, and he'd refused all of it. Some days I think about how close things came to being much worse. If I hadn't come home early that day, if I hadn't been recording, if he'd been more patient in his escalation, if I'd been less trained in recognizing danger, the alternate timeline where he succeeded in his manipulation, where I'd ended up doubting my own reality, where the family believed his narrative instead of mine, haunts me occasionally. But that's not what happened. What happened is I caught him, documented everything, protected myself, reached out for help, and a family ultimately chose to support the victim over protecting the abuser. What happened is my husband came home, addressed the threat, and we rebuilt our marriage stronger than before. What happened is the bad guy lost and faced consequences. Sometimes the good guys win, and sometimes justice actually happens, and sometimes families actually hold abusers accountable. This was one of those times, and I'm grateful for it, even as I recognize how easily it could have gone differently. Now, more than a year later, life is normal in the best possible way. We have routines, plans, hopes for the future. We have a marriage built on honest communication and mutual respect. We have family boundaries that are healthy and maintained. We have security systems and safety plans that make me feel protected. We have the knowledge that when crisis hit, we handled it together effectively. The garage apartment is rented to a nice couple with a baby who needed affordable housing. They respect boundaries, pay rent on time, and wave when we cross paths. It's everything the previous situation wasn't, and the contrast makes me appreciate it even more. I've started mentoring other military spouses, sharing my experiences, helping them identify red flags, encouraging them to trust their instincts and document concerning behavior. Several have reached out saying my story helped them recognize similar patterns in their own lives and take action before things escalated. That feels like purpose emerging from trauma. My husband and I talk sometimes about whether we'd have made different choices if we could go back. Would we have said no to his brother moving in from the start? Probably yes. Would we have maintained better communication during the deployment even without the crisis forcing it? We hope so, but honestly, we might not have. Sometimes it takes something terrible to shake you into necessary changes. This is where we are now. Stronger, wiser, more careful about who we trust and why. More willing to believe women when they report abuse. More aware of how isolation and coercive control work. More committed to honest communication and setting boundaries without guilt. More grateful for the normal days that string together into a peaceful life. My brother-in-law tried to make me a victim, tried to isolate and control and ultimately assault me in my own home. But I refused to be that story. I documented, fought back, reached out and survived. And now I'm living proof that you can face down a threat, protect yourself effectively, and come out the other side not just okay, but genuinely better than before. That's the real ending. Not dramatic or explosive, just honest and real. Life goes on stronger and more intentional than it was before. The garage apartment that was supposed to provide security instead brought threat, but we neutralized that threat and reclaimed our space and our peace. Now on to the next story. Story 2. At my mother's funeral, my stepfather forbade me from getting close to her to say goodbye. Weeks later, he and his daughters barred me at the door of the will reading. With a cold smile, he said, "Only the AIS have a place here. You know, there are moments in life when you realize that the people around you never really saw you." That's exactly what I felt on that cold March day, standing outside the Riverside Methodist Church, watching my own mother being carried into the hearse while I couldn't even say goodbye to her properly. "Emma, you shouldn't be here," Richard said with that condescending tone I'd known for 15 years. My stepfather was impeccable in his black Armani suit, as if he were going to a business meeting instead of his own wife's funeral. "This is a moment for family." Family. The word came out of his mouth as if I were a stranger who had gotten lost along the way. I was 26 years old and had spent the last 2 caring for my mother during her battle against cancer, while he controlled every medication, every medical visit, every moment of her lucidity. And now I was treated like an intruder. "I am family," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady, even with tears burning my eyes. She was my mother. Sophia, his older daughter, approached with her typical expression of superiority. At 32 years old, she had inherited both her father's ambition and coldness. "Emma, dear, you need to understand that Mama Margaret left very clear instructions about how things should be conducted." Mama Margaret. They couldn't even call her by her real name. For them, my mother was always just the woman who had married the family patriarch, not the brilliant and caring doctor I had known since birth. The funeral was an elaborate performance. Expensive flowers, empty speeches from people who barely knew my mother, and me watching everything from afar, as if I were watching someone else's life through a shop window. Richard didn't allow me to sit with the family or speak during the service. I was a ghost at the celebration of my own mother's life. 3 days later, I received a call from lawyer Eleanor Walsh requesting my presence at the office for the reading of the will. My heart raced. Maybe my mother had left at least a letter, some final words that Richard couldn't deny me. Dr. Walsh's office was on the 23rd floor of a commercial building in downtown Portland. When I arrived, Richard's family was already settled in the main conference room. Him, Sophia, and Isabella, the youngest daughter of 28 years. They all looked at me as if I were a casting error in an expensive movie. Ah, Emma. Richard stood up with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Good that you came, although I must say you're wasting your time. This meeting is really for Margaret's true heiresses. True aces. The words echoed in the room like a slap. I took a deep breath and walked to the table, taking from my purse a sealed envelope that my mother had given me 3 weeks before dying with specific instructions to deliver it to the lawyer only at this moment. Dr. Walsh, I said, extending the envelope, my mother asked me to deliver this to you today. The lawyer took the envelope with curiosity, examined the seal and my mother's familiar handwriting. For a moment, something changed in her expression. A flash of recognition, perhaps even relief. Interesting, she murmured, carefully opening the envelope. Very interesting indeed. The silence in the room became heavy. Richard frowned, clearly uncomfortable with this variable he hadn't considered. Sophia and Isabella exchanged confused looks. And me, I just waited with my heart beating so loud I was sure everyone could hear it. I grew up knowing something was wrong in our family, but it took me years to understand exactly what. My biological father, David, had died in a car accident when I was 11 years old. He was a gentle man, a civil engineer who worked on sustainable infrastructure projects. I remember him teaching me about the stars in the backyard of our old house, explaining how bridges were built to last generations. 6 months after his death, Richard appeared in my mother's life like a savior. He was a doctor, partner in the clinic where she worked, a widower with 2 daughters. He seemed too perfect to be true, and I was right to be suspicious. The marriage happened quickly, almost indecently fast, considering we had barely finished mourning. Richard moved into our house, brought his daughters, and gradually began transforming our life into something unrecognizable. First were small changes. He reorganized my father's furniture, donated his clothes without consulting my mother, replaced his photographs on the wall with portraits of the new family. Then came bigger changes. My mother, who had always been an independent and strong woman, began consulting with Richard about everything: where to have lunch, what clothes to buy, even which patients to see at the clinic. He had a subtle but constant way of undermining her confidence, always with a charming smile and apparently caring words. "Margaret, dear, are you sure that's the best approach?" he would say when she made some medical decision. "Maybe we should think of more prudent alternatives." Over time, I realized that prudent always meant profitable. Richard transformed my mother's medical practice, which had always prioritized care over profit, into a money-making machine. Unnecessary procedures, exaggerated diagnoses, prolonged treatments that drained patients' insurance. My mother resisted at first, but he was persistent, manipulative, always presenting arguments that seemed logical on the surface. His daughters followed their father's example. Sophia graduated in hospital administration and took over the clinic's financial management. Isabella graduated in psychology, worked as a wellness consultant, a position created specifically for her, which basically involved convincing anxious patients to do more exams and consultations. I was treated like a stranger in my own house. In family meetings, my opinions were ignored or ridiculed. When I questioned certain clinic practices, Richard would smile condescendingly and say, "Emma, dear, you're too young to understand the complexities of modern medicine." During my mother's illness, Richard's control intensified. He monitored every medication, decided which doctors she could consult, controlled her medical information. I begged him to consider alternative treatments, different specialists, but he always had a convincing excuse to keep everything under his direct control. "Trust me, Emma," he would say with that smile I had learned to hate. "I know what's best for Margaret. After all, I'm her husband and her medical colleague." 3 weeks before dying, my mother had one of her rare moments of lucidity. Richard had left for an emergency consultation, something that conveniently happened whenever she showed signs of improvement. It was a rainy Tuesday in February, and I was beside her bed in the master bedroom, helping her take the pain medication Richard had prescribed. "Emma," she whispered, her voice weak but determined, "I need to tell you something important." Her eyes, which had been glazed for weeks due to medications, were surprisingly clear at that moment. She struggled to sit up in bed, and I helped her, noticing how her bones felt fragile under her skin. "Mom, you should rest," I said. But she shook her head with an urgency I hadn't seen in months. "There's no time for rest, dear. Listen carefully." She took my hand with surprising strength. "Richard isn't who you think he is. Neither are his daughters. I discovered things, terrible things." My heart raced. For years I had felt something was wrong. But my mother always defended Richard. Always found excuses for his controlling behavior. "What kind of things?" I asked, instinctively lowering my voice. She looked at the door as if expecting Richard to appear at any moment. Then, with trembling movements, she took a small golden key from under the pillow. "This key opens a safe in his office at the clinic. Lower left drawer of the desk behind the medical files. But you need to go at night when there's no one there." She pressed the key into my palm. "Inside the safe there's a brown envelope. Take everything that's there, Emma. Everything." "Mom, this is risky. If Richard finds out." "He's already done everything he could do to me," she interrupted with deep sadness. "But you still have a life ahead of you. You need to protect yourself." She quickly explained how to disable the clinic's alarm system. Apparently, she knew the code because Richard had used his birth date, typical of his arrogance. She gave me instructions about where the security cameras were and how to avoid them. "And Emma," she held my face with her cold hands, "there's another lawyer, Catherine, at Morrison and Associates' office. Look for her if something happens to me. She has important documents." 2 days later, on a Thursday at midnight, I found myself crouched behind the Riverside Medical Clinic, wearing dark clothes and trying to control my nerves. The medical complex was modern, all glass and steel, intimidating even in the dark. I used the key my mother had given me for the back entrance. Apparently, she still had full access to the facilities. Richard's office was on the second floor overlooking the parking lot. It was exactly as I expected. Expensive furniture, framed diplomas covering an entire wall, photographs of him with local politicians and other important doctors. Even in the darkness, the environment radiated power and influence. I found the drawer my mother had described, but I wasn't prepared for what I would find there. The safe was small, the size of a shoebox, but it was full of documents, photographs, and digital files. My hands trembled as I transferred everything to a bag. There were contracts I didn't understand at the time, correspondence between Richard and people I didn't know, and something that made my stomach turn. A series of photographs of my mother in various stages of deterioration during her illness with medical notes in Richard's handwriting. The notes were cold, clinical, as if she were a study object instead of his wife. But what really disturbed me was a small notebook, leather-bound, full of Richard's meticulous handwriting. It was a kind of diary documenting not only my mother's disease progression, but also his plans for after her death. Plans that included me in ways that made me feel nauseous. I left the clinic that night carrying secrets that would change everything. But I still had no idea of the extent of the betrayal I was about to discover. My mother's letter was at the bottom of the brown envelope, written in her familiar but trembling handwriting. I read it alone in my apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning with a cup of tea cooling beside me and tears blurring my vision. "My dear Emma," it began. "If you're reading this, it means my suspicions were confirmed and I couldn't get out of the situation in time. Forgive me for not telling you before, but I needed to protect you while I gathered enough evidence." She continued explaining how she had discovered Richard's true intentions by chance. A few months before her diagnosis, she had unexpectedly returned home and heard a phone conversation between him and a man named Marcus, who apparently was a private investigator. "They were discussing you, Emma. Richard was paying this man to investigate your personal life, your relationships, your finances. When I questioned him, he said it was to protect the family, but I knew there was something more sinister." The letter revealed that Richard had orchestrated the entire relationship with my mother from the beginning. He knew about the substantial life insurance policy my father had left, knew about the family savings and about my mother's participation in the clinic. The marriage wasn't love at first sight. It was a carefully planned business acquisition. "Even worse," the letter continued, I discovered he's done this before. Sophia and Isabella aren't motherless orphans, as they always told us. His first wife, Linda, died under suspicious circumstances 8 years ago. Apparently, she had also discovered some of his questionable activities at the previous clinic where he worked. My mother had secretly hired her own investigation into Richard and discovered a disturbing pattern. He had a history of marrying professionally successful women, gradually taking control of their finances and medical practice, and then they disappeared from his life one way or another. He increased my pain medication without medical necessity, the letter revealed. I'm sure he's trying to accelerate my deterioration. The medications leave me confused most of the time, but I can think clearly when I skip them. That's why I write this letter in moments when I pretend to take the pills. The most shocking part of the letter was about me. My mother had discovered that Richard had specific plans for after her death. He intended to convince me to move to the main house for economic reasons, then gradually isolate me from friends and professional contacts, as he had done with her. He sees you as a piece on his board, Emma. You're young, intelligent, and through me you have legal rights over part of the clinic. He wants to control you the same way he controlled me. But my mother hadn't been passive during her discovery. The letter explained that she had taken measures to protect me. Measures that Richard would never imagine she would be capable of executing in her supposedly debilitated state. Look for Catherine at Morrison & Associates' office. She's the sister of Richard's first wife and is aware of the entire situation. Together, we prepared legal documents that will ensure Richard can never do to you what he did to me. Additionally, my mother had secretly transferred most of her assets to a trust in my name using a law firm different from the one Richard knew. Eleanor Walsh, whom he had chosen to be the family lawyer, knew nothing about my mother's true plans. The envelope I asked you to deliver to Dr. Walsh contains instructions for her to contact Catherine immediately. There's a second will, Emma. A will that reveals everything. 20 minutes after delivering the envelope to Dr. Walsh, a second lawyer entered the conference room. Catherine was an imposing woman in her 50s with perfectly arranged gray hair and a leather briefcase that seemed to contain the weight of the world. Richard's expression instantly changed from arrogant confidence to genuine confusion. I apologize for the intrusion, Catherine said with a firm voice. But I need to be present for the reading of Margaret's true will. True will? Richard stood up from his chair as if he had been shocked. What the hell are you talking about, Eleanor? What's happening here? Dr. Walsh seemed as surprised as the rest of the family, but professional as always. It appears that Mrs. Chun prepared a second will with Dr. Catherine, which has legal precedence over the document I prepared. Sophia and Isabella exchanged worried looks. I remained silent, trying to control the smile that threatened to appear on my face. My mother had succeeded. Even in her last days, debilitated by illness and medications, she had orchestrated a turnaround that none of us could have predicted. Catherine opened her briefcase and took out a substantial document, at least 3 times thicker than the will Eleanor Walsh had prepared. This will was executed 3 months before Mrs. Chen's death, in perfect mental state, and in the presence of 3 independent witnesses, including a doctor who can attest to her mental capacity at the time of signing. Richard tried to maintain composure, but I could see panic growing in his eyes. This is impossible. Margaret was very sick in the last months. She could barely concentrate for more than a few minutes. Interesting observation, Dr. Richard, Catherine said with a tone that suggested she knew much more than she was revealing, especially considering that the independent medical records we obtained show consistent periods of lucidity, particularly when her medications were adjusted. The silence in the room became heavy. Catherine began reading the true will, and with each word I saw Richard's world crumbling. The mansion where we had lived, mine. The majority stake in Riverside Medical Clinic, mine. The savings, investments, and life insurance policies, all mine. Richard and his daughters would receive a modest amount, enough to reestablish themselves, but a fraction of what they expected to inherit. But this wasn't even the most devastating part of the will. Furthermore, Catherine continued, Mrs. Chun left specific instructions that should there be any attempt to contest this will or intimidate the main beneficiary, certain information of public interest be immediately disclosed to the competent authorities. Richard stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair. What information? What are you talking about? Catherine smiled coldly. Documents detailing questionable medical practices, manipulation of patient records, and other activities that may be of interest to both the medical board and criminal authorities. It was at that moment I completely understood what my mother had done. She hadn't just protected me financially. She had created a safety net that would make it impossible for Richard to harm me without exposing himself to devastating consequences. "This is blackmail," Sophia shouted, finally losing the elegant composure she always maintained. "No," I replied, speaking for the first time since Catherine had entered the room. "This is justice." The documents Catherine presented that day were much more extensive than I could have imagined. My mother had been meticulous in her investigation of Richard, collecting evidence over months while pretending to be increasingly debilitated by the disease. There were patient records of people who had been subjected to unnecessary procedures, resulting in exorbitant costs for insurance companies. Correspondence between Richard and private laboratories showed a scheme where he received commissions for referring patients to specific exams regardless of actual medical need. Even more disturbing were the records of medications prescribed for my mother. Catherine presented a comparative analysis done by an independent pharmacologist, showing that the dosages prescribed by Richard were not only unnecessarily high, but also created a combination of side effects that accelerated her cognitive and physical deterioration. "Your mother was being systematically poisoned," Catherine said, looking directly at me. "Not enough to be obviously lethal, but enough to ensure she couldn't effectively question the medical or financial decisions being made in her name." Richard tried to deny it, but the evidence was irrefutable. There were even audio recordings. Apparently, my mother had started recording conversations when she suspected something was wrong. In one of them, Richard could be heard instructing Sophia on how to alter billing records to maximize insurance reimbursements. "You can't prove I had malicious intentions," Richard said, his voice losing the authoritative confidence it always carried. "I'm her doctor. All my decisions were based on the best medical judgment." Catherine opened another folder. "Then how do you explain this?" She placed on the table copies of emails between Richard and a private investigator discussing strategies to neutralize the influence I could have over my mother. There was also correspondence with lawyers about ways to legally remove me from the inheritance, including possibilities of declaring me mentally incompetent or implicating me in some minor crime. Isabella, who had remained silent during the entire reading, finally spoke. "Dad, what did you do?" "I protected our family," Richard exploded. "Everything I did was to ensure our future. Emma was never really part of this family. She's a stranger who was draining the resources that should be ours." "Draining resources?" I repeated, feeling a rage that had been dormant for years, finally awakening. "I took care of my mother while you were busy planning how to divide her inheritance. I was by her bedside every night while you were working late at the clinic. You don't understand the complexities of the financial situation." Sophia tried to intervene, but her voice lacked its usual authority. "Actually, I understand perfectly," I replied, surprising everyone, including myself, with the firmness in my voice. "I understand that you turned my mother's medical practice into a fraud scheme. I understand that you kept her over-medicated so she couldn't question what was happening. And I understand that you planned to do the same thing to me." Catherine observed the confrontation with professional satisfaction. "The evidence also shows a conspiracy to commit large-scale insurance fraud. Phantom procedures, inflated diagnoses, medical equipment that was never used but was charged to patients." She placed more documents on the table. "And there's something else. Documents showing that Dr. Richard has been doing this for years in multiple clinics. There's a pattern of behavior that extends far beyond Mrs. Chen's case." "What does this mean?" I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. "It means your stepfather faces not only the loss of inheritance, but also possible federal criminal charges for insurance fraud, which could result in decades in prison." Richard collapsed in his chair, finally understanding there was no way out of the situation he himself had created. His daughters looked at him with growing horror, realizing their own careers and reputations were now at risk by association. 3 days after the will reading, Richard appeared at my apartment door. It was a Thursday night, and I was organizing the legal documents Catherine had given me when I heard the insistent knocking at the door. When I opened it, I found my stepfather standing in the hallway, clearly agitated and desperate. "We need to talk, Emma," he said, pushing the door and entering uninvited. The superficial charm he always maintained had completely disappeared, revealing something much darker underneath. "You need to leave, Richard," I replied, keeping the door open. "We have nothing to talk about." "You have no idea what you're doing," he said, walking to the center of my living room as if he owned the place. "You think you can destroy me with those fake documents? You think you can take everything I built over decades?" Fake. The word echoed in the room, but I didn't let myself be intimidated as I used to. "The documents are real, Richard. The recordings are real. The medical records are real, and you know it." He turned to me with an expression I'd never seen before. Pure rage without the mask of civility he always wore. "Your mother was a sick and paranoid woman. She invented these stories because she couldn't accept that she needed intensive medical care." "Intensive medical care?" I repeated, feeling my own anger grow. "You were systematically poisoning her. We have the pharmacological analyses to prove it." "I was treating her," he shouted. And for the first time in 15 years, I saw Richard completely out of control. Everything I did was to help her have a dignified and painless death. "Liar," I said simply. "You were slowly killing her so you could control everything without interference. And now that your plans failed, you came here to try to intimidate me." Richard approached me and I instinctively stepped back. There was something predatory in his movements, something that made me realize he was much more dangerous than I had imagined. "You're a naive and stupid girl," he said in a low, threatening voice. "You think you can play with people like me? You think your dead mommy can protect you forever?" "Leave," I said, trying to keep my voice steady while my hand moved discreetly toward the phone. "Leave now or I'll call the police." "Call the police," he laughed bitterly. "Let's see what they think when they find out about your own questionable activities. You think I don't know about your college debts, about the jobs you lost, about the failed relationships?" It was typical of him, always trying to turn the situation around, always looking for vulnerabilities to exploit. But this time, his tactics didn't work as expected. "Richard," I said calmly, "you're talking to someone who now possesses complete records of all your crimes. If anything happens to me, those documents go directly to the FBI, the state medical board, and the press." My mother wasn't stupid. She knew exactly who she was dealing with. For the first time, I saw real fear in his eyes. "You don't understand the consequences of what you're doing. There are people involved in this who are much more dangerous than me." "What people?" I asked, genuinely curious now. Richard hesitated, realizing he had revealed more than he intended. "The scheme wasn't just mine. There are other doctors, hospital administrators, insurance companies. You're messing with a system much bigger than you imagine." "Then maybe it's time for the whole system to come down," I replied, surprising myself with my own courage. He looked at me with a mixture of contempt and something that could have been reluctant respect. "You really are Margaret's daughter," he murmured, stubborn and idealistic to the end. "Leave, Richard. Now." He walked to the door but stopped at the threshold. "This isn't over, Emma. You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over." After he left, I leaned against the closed door, trembling. It wasn't from fear. It was from adrenaline. For the first time in my life, I had faced Richard on equal terms and had won. But his words about other people worried me. If the scheme really extended beyond my family's clinic, I could be dealing with something much bigger and more dangerous than I had imagined. The next morning, I called Catherine and told her about Richard's visit. She listened in silence, taking notes, and then said something that completely changed my perspective on the situation. "Emma, your mother knew about the other people involved. In fact, it was part of the reason she was so careful in documenting everything. She wasn't just protecting you. She was building a case that could bring down an entire network of medical corruption." Catherine explained that my mother had discovered that Richard was part of a much broader scheme involving at least 6 clinics in the Portland region, 2 insurance companies, and a diagnostic laboratory. The scheme worked in a coordinated manner. Doctors would prescribe unnecessary exams. The laboratory would execute them at inflated prices. And the insurance companies approved reimbursements in exchange for hidden commissions. Dr. Marcus, your mother's partner at the clinic, was at the center of it all, Catherine revealed. He was the one who originally recruited Richard. They chose doctors with significant debts or other financial vulnerabilities and gradually co-opted them into the scheme. Dr. Marcus. I remembered him from the few times I had visited the clinic. A corpulent man with a gray mustache, always talking about operational efficiency and resource maximization. My mother never seemed comfortable around him, but I had attributed this to personality differences. Your mother began to suspect when she noticed discrepancies in some elderly patients' records, Catherine continued. Procedures that were billed but never performed. Diagnoses that didn't correspond to the symptoms presented. She began investigating discreetly and discovered that Richard was actively participating in the scheme. That's why she was poisoned, I said, the pieces finally falling into place. She had discovered everything. Exactly. And there's more. Your mother wasn't the first to discover the scheme. Dr. Marcus had to deal with other doctors who became problematic over the years. Some were simply fired and threatened with defamation lawsuits if they spoke. Others what? Others had accidents or developed sudden medical conditions that forced them into early retirement. Your mother believed that Richard had learned his slow poisoning techniques from Dr. Marcus. My blood ran cold. How many people did they kill? We don't know for certain, but your mother identified at least 3 suspicious cases in the last 5 years. Doctors who questioned certain practices and then died or became incapacitated in ways that seemed natural but had questionable elements. Catherine opened a file and showed me photographs and medical documents. Dr. Jennifer, cardiologist, who began questioning the abnormally high number of cardiac procedures being performed on patients who didn't need them, died of a heart attack at 42 years old with no family history of heart problems. Dr. Robert, coincidentally a distant cousin of yours, oncologist who discovered that patients were being subjected to unnecessary chemotherapy, developed an aggressive brain cancer and died in 6 months. Dr. Sarah, pulmonologist, who questioned unnecessary respiratory procedures, died in a car accident when her brakes failed. All of them had begun asking inconvenient questions about the clinic network's practices, Catherine concluded, and all died before they could present their findings to authorities. I was beginning to understand the magnitude of what my mother had discovered and why she had been so careful in her investigations. It wasn't just about financial fraud. It was a scheme that killed people who became threats and killed patients through unnecessary and dangerous treatments. It was Isabella who tried to kill me. 2 weeks after the conversation with Catherine about the extent of the criminal scheme, I was working late at the clinic, now technically my property, trying to organize medical records and identify all patients who had been harmed. It was a monumental and emotionally devastating task, discovering case after case of people who had suffered unnecessarily. It was almost 11 at night when I heard footsteps in the hallway. I assumed it was the night security guard making his rounds, but the footsteps stopped in front of the office door where I was working. The handle turned slowly. Emma. Isabella entered the room carrying a medical bag and wearing scrubs as if she had come straight from a shift. Good to find you here. We need to talk. There was something different about her. A strange calm that made me immediately alert. Isabella had always been the more volatile of the 2 sisters, prone to emotional and dramatic outbursts. This serenity wasn't natural. Isabella, it's almost 11 at night. What are you doing here? I came to get some of Dad's things before you changed everything, she said, closing the door behind her and turning the key. The sound of the lock clicking echoed in the room like a gunshot. Why did you lock the door? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm while my mind began calculating distances to the phone, to the door, to anything I could use as a weapon. Because we don't want to be interrupted, she said, opening the medical bag and taking out a syringe. You've caused a lot of problems, Emma. You destroyed our family, our reputation, our future, and now you're going to pay for it. Isabella, stop this. You don't want to do this. Of course I do, she said, slowly approaching. You were always a problem, always questioning, always judging, always thinking you were better than us. Mama Margaret was weak. But you're dangerous. I backed away, going around the table to keep distance between us. Your father killed my mother. You defrauded insurance and hurt innocent patients. Dad did what was necessary to protect the family's interests, she shouted, losing her cold composure. And you destroyed everything for revenge. It wasn't revenge. It was justice. Isabella lunged at me with the syringe, but I managed to jump to the side, knocking over a chair between us. The liquid in the syringe was clear, probably something that would look like an accidental overdose or heart attack. Do you know what's in this syringe? She said, circling the table like a predator. Insulin. An overdose will look perfectly natural in someone with your history of stress and poor eating. You'll have a hypoglycemic crisis and die before anyone finds you. Isabella, think about what you're doing. This is murder. You're a psychologist. You dedicate yourself to helping people. I dedicate myself to protecting my family, she roared. And you're not family. She attacked again and this time almost managed to grab me. We fought around the table, knocking over papers and equipment. Isabella was bigger than me, but I had the advantage of adrenaline and desperation. During the struggle, I managed to grab a heavy letter opener from the table and hit her wrist, making her drop the syringe. The glass shattered on the floor, spreading insulin everywhere. You little bitch, she screamed, lunging at me with open hands, clearly intending to strangle me. That's when the self-defense training my biological father had taught me in childhood finally proved useful. I managed to use her momentum against herself, knocking her to the floor and immobilizing her arm behind her back. Help! I shouted as loud as I could. Help! The security guard arrived in minutes, followed by the police. Isabella tried to claim that I had attacked her first, but the security cameras told a different story. And when the police analyzed the contents of the broken syringe, they found a lethal dose of insulin, enough to kill a horse. The trial was a media spectacle. For 3 months, the sordid details of the medical scheme dominated local and national headlines. Richard, Dr. Marcus, and 6 other people were indicted on multiple federal charges: conspiracy to commit fraud, manslaughter, poisoning, and attempted murder. The evidence my mother had collected proved devastating. Besides the financial documents and audio recordings, investigators found detailed digital records of the entire scheme on the clinic's computers. Apparently, Dr. Marcus had kept meticulous records of all illegal transactions, probably as insurance against his partners. During the trial, we discovered the complete extent of the scheme. Over 8 years, the clinic network had defrauded more than $15 million from insurance companies. More importantly, there was documentation of at least 43 patients who had been subjected to unnecessary procedures that resulted in serious complications or death. Richard tried to claim he was just a minor participant manipulated by Dr. Marcus, but evidence showed he had been an active architect of the scheme, especially the part involving eliminating internal threats like my mother. Forensic analysis of my mother's body confirmed what Catherine had suspected. She had been systematically poisoned with a combination of medications that created symptoms mimicking the natural progression of cancer, but dramatically accelerated her deterioration. Dr. Richard essentially tortured his wife to death, the prosecutor said during closing arguments. He kept her conscious enough to suffer, but confused enough that she couldn't defend herself or seek help. Sophia tried to make a deal with the prosecution, claiming she didn't know the extent of her father's crimes, but records showed she had been fundamental in creating the financial aspects of the scheme, and there was evidence she knew about at least 2 of the suspicious deaths of other doctors. Isabella wasn't so lucky. Her attempt to murder me had been filmed by security cameras, and there was no way to deny her intentions. Additionally, investigators discovered she had helped administer the treatments that killed my mother, providing psychological support that was actually emotional manipulation designed to keep my mother isolated and docile. The sentences were severe. Dr. Marcus received life in prison without possibility of parole for multiple murder charges. Richard was sentenced to 30 years for second-degree murder, conspiracy, and federal fraud. Sophia received 15 years for conspiracy and fraud. Isabella was sentenced to 25 years for attempted murder and participation in the homicides. But perhaps the most satisfying part of the trial was seeing the entire network collapse. The other clinics were shut down. Dozens of medical professionals lost their licenses, and the insurance companies involved faced their own federal investigations. Throughout the process, I was protected by a witness protection program. But I never felt truly safe until I heard the final verdict. When the judge read the sentences, I felt as if a weight I had been carrying for years had finally been removed from my shoulders. Rebuilding something that was built on lies and corruption is harder than demolishing and starting from scratch. In the months following the trial, I found myself owning a medical clinic that had a completely ruined reputation, traumatized employees, and patients who had completely lost trust in the institution. My first decision was to temporarily close Riverside Medical Clinic for a complete restructuring. I couldn't simply continue operating as if nothing had happened. Every room, every procedure, every protocol was contaminated by the previous corruption. With Catherine's help, who had become not only my lawyer, but also a mentor and friend, I began the cleaning process. We audited all medical records from the last 10 years, identifying all patients who had been harmed by the fraudulent scheme. There were hundreds of cases. The financial aspect was complicated. Technically, I had inherited not only the assets, but also the legal debts resulting from the crimes. There were dozens of civil lawsuits from patients and families who had been harmed. Instead of fighting these lawsuits, I made a decision many people considered financially irresponsible. I established a voluntary compensation fund. Emma, you have no legal obligation to do this. Catherine warned me during one of our weekly meetings. The criminal actions were committed by Richard and his accomplices. You're technically a victim, too. But I own the clinic now, I replied. And if I'm going to rebuild something of value, it needs to be based on doing what's right, not what's legally required. Establishing the compensation fund drained almost half the inheritance I had received, but it was worth every penny. Seeing the relief on the faces of families who finally received recognition and compensation for the suffering they had endured was more rewarding than any luxury money could have bought. The clinic's reopening was a careful and deliberate process. First, I changed the name to Margaret Medical Center in honor of my mother and the ethical legacy she truly represented. Then, I implemented radical transparency protocols that were practically unprecedented in the medical industry. Every procedure, every diagnosis, every treatment was documented not only for medical records, but also explained in simple language for patients. We created a system where patients had complete access to their own medical records through an online portal, including detailed costs and justifications for each procedure. I hired a completely new team of doctors, nurses, and administrators, all with impeccable backgrounds and demonstrated commitment to medical ethics. Dr. Sarah, a young internist who had distinguished herself in community medicine, accepted the position of medical director. She brought a holistic approach to patient care that was exactly the opposite of the profit-oriented mentality that had previously dominated the clinic. We want this to be a clinic where people come not only when they're sick, but to stay healthy, Dr. Sarah explained during our first staff meeting. Prevention, education, and continuous care should be our priorities, not just symptom treatment. We implemented free community health programs, diabetes screening, nutritional education, mental health support, and exercise programs for seniors. To finance these programs, I established a differentiated pricing structure where patients with better financial conditions paid a little more to subsidize care for those who couldn't afford it. The hardest part was rebuilding community trust. During the first year after reopening, our patient volume was less than half of what it had been before the scandal. Many people simply couldn't separate the new clinic from the previous corrupt practices. But gradually, through consistent care and absolute transparency, we began to win back the community. Patients began bringing family members and friends, and doctors from other clinics began referring complex cases to us because they knew they would receive ethical and competent care. 3 years after reopening, something extraordinary happened. The American Medical Association awarded us the Excellence in Medical Ethics Award, recognizing not only our transparency protocols but also our sustainable community care model. Today, 4 years after the trial, Margaret Medical Center has become a national model for ethical medical practice. We receive visitors from across the country, doctors, hospital administrators, medical students who want to learn about our protocols and approach. I became a respected speaker on integrity in healthcare, traveling to medical conferences and universities to talk about how to transform corrupted institutions into exemplary organizations. It's ironic. Richard's attempt to silence and control me ended up giving me a more powerful voice than I could ever have imagined. Sophia was released last year after serving 12 years of her sentence for good behavior. She wrote me a letter apologizing and saying she was working as a financial consultant for nonprofit organizations. I never responded to the letter, but I'm glad to know she apparently found a way to use her skills for constructive purposes. Isabella is still in prison and, as far as I know, will remain there for at least another decade. She never tried to contact me, and I hope she never does. Richard died in prison last year of a heart attack at 68 years old. When I received the news, I felt a strange sadness, not for him, but for the waste of a life that could have been used to help people instead of exploiting them. Dr. Marcus also died in prison 2 years ago. Apparently, other prisoners don't react well to people who poison vulnerable patients. As for me, I found a peace I never thought would be possible. It's not the peace of satisfied revenge, but the peace of fulfilled purpose. Every day I go to work, I know I'm truly honoring my mother's memory and the legacy she wanted to leave. The clinic didn't make me rich. In fact, I earn less now than I would working for any large hospital system. But it made me something much more valuable. It made me someone who can look in the mirror every morning and completely respect herself. Sometimes I still dream about my mother. In the dreams, she's healthy and happy, working in a sunny medical office, caring for patients with the same love and dedication she always showed. She never speaks in the dreams, but she always smiles when she sees me, and I wake up knowing she's proud of what we built together. The most important lesson I learned through this entire experience is that our response to betrayal defines who we become much more than the betrayal itself. I could have used my inheritance to get revenge destructively, or I could have simply sold everything and tried to forget the past. Instead, I chose to transform something corrupted into something beautiful. Today, when young doctors ask me how to deal with ethical pressures in their careers, I always say, remember that you're not just treating symptoms or diseases. You're caring for people who trust their lives in your hands. That trust is sacred, and once broken, it can take a lifetime to rebuild. Margaret Medical Center continues to grow. We're planning to open a second location next year, and 3 medical schools have created internships specifically for students to learn our transparency and patient-centered care protocols. But perhaps the achievement I'm most proud of is a small plaque in the main reception of the clinic. It simply says, "In memory of Dr. Margaret, physician, mother, and model of integrity. Her legacy lives in every life we touch." My mother was murdered by people who thought they could erase her influence and control her legacy. Instead, they inadvertently created something much more powerful and lasting than she could ever have built alone. Through her courage in documenting the truth, even while facing death, she not only saved me, she saved countless future patients and created a model for how medicine should be practiced. Sometimes justice isn't just punishing the guilty. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My arrogant wife allowed her best friend to propose during our wedding day, even though I said no. Now she regrets everything, because I want a divorce. My wife and I have been planning this wedding for over a year. We agreed on everything except the guest list. I knew my fiancée was going to choose her friend Julie as her maid of honor. Julie can be a bit self-centered at times. When we go out with friends, she always orders the most expensive dish and then insists on splitting the bill evenly because it's easier. She often makes and cancels plans as she pleases, even if it messes up my entire schedule. Once, I was planning a romantic dinner with my fiancé, but Julie showed up at our house unannounced with drinks, saying she wanted to spend time with her best friend. I tried to tell her we weren't available, but my fiancé insisted we reschedule our date for the following week since Julie was already there. That said, I supported my fiancé's decision to have her as the maid of honor because it was her choice, not mine. I thought I could tolerate Julie for one day for the sake of my future wife, but I was wrong. A few months ago, my fiancé mentioned that Julie wanted to propose to her boyfriend during our wedding reception. I firmly rejected the idea because that day was about us, not her. Of course, I would have been happy to help her with her proposal, but doing it at our wedding would steal the attention from the newlyweds. I had already heard other stories of people doing this, and I absolutely hated the idea. My fiancé agreed with me and told Julie she could propose on another date, or so I thought. During the wedding preparations, I was asked several times if she could make the proposal during our reception. Julie argued that it would be the only day both of them would be dressed formally for photos and that she wanted to have a nice memory. Each time, I had to refuse, explaining that the day was special for us and I didn't want it ruined. I was surprised by how insistent they were, especially my fiancé. I wanted my special day to be perfect, and I explained this to my fiancé for the fourth time a month before the wedding. That was the last time we talked about it, and I thought they had finally given up on the idea. On the wedding day, I noticed my now wife and Julie talking secretly a few times, but I ignored it, thinking it was nothing. Everything, including the ceremony, was incredible until the reception. We were sitting down watching a slideshow of our beautiful memories, and were about to have our couple's dance when Julie suddenly grabbed the microphone and instructed everyone to be quiet. Julia took the microphone and instructed everyone to be silent. At that moment, I felt my stomach churn. Something inside me already knew what was about to happen, but I still held on to a sliver of hope that it could be something else. Anything other than what I feared. The entire room fell silent, and all eyes turned to her, sitting beside my wife. I glanced at her, expecting her to say or do something to stop it. Instead, I saw a nervous, almost complicit smile. My heart raced, and a mix of anger and disappointment overwhelmed me. "I'd like to take this special moment to share something very important," Julia began, with that pretentious tone I knew all too well. My fists clenched automatically. She was really doing this. She looked at her boyfriend, who seemed visibly uncomfortable, and began talking about how special he was to her, how much she loved him, while I, sitting there at my own wedding, was forced to watch the most pathetic and selfish display I had ever witnessed. My blood boiled with every word that came out of her mouth. All the attention, which should have been on me and my wife, was now entirely focused on her and the ridiculous scene she was creating. When she finally got down on one knee and proposed, a few people clapped. Others looked as uncomfortable as I felt. I turned to my wife again, hoping she would realize how wrong this was, but all she did was clap timidly, as if trying to justify her friend's behavior. That was the final straw. I stood up and excused myself. I didn't wait for her response or care what others would think. I walked straight outside, breathing deeply to try not to explode in front of everyone. I heard footsteps behind me, and within seconds, my wife was there, looking annoyed, as if I was the problem in this situation. "Why did you walk out like that? Everyone's looking," she snapped. "Why did I walk out? Are you seriously asking me that? Is that your priority right now? Not the fact that your friend just ruined our wedding? That you let this happen even after I said no?" I shot back, almost shouting. She began stammering about how she couldn't say no to Julia, about how it was her dream. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "And what about my dream? Our dream? Does that not matter to you? You allowed the day that was supposed to be ours to become a pathetic spectacle for your friend. Congratulations, you've ruined everything." She tried to defend herself, saying I was overreacting and that it was just a proposal, but I couldn't listen to another word. Every excuse she made only confirmed how little she respected me, how little she valued our relationship over her friend's childish whims. I knew then that this was the beginning of the end. I went back inside only to gather my things and leave that nightmare behind. Meanwhile, Julia was being congratulated by some guests as if she had done something wonderful. My wife didn't even try to stop me when I walked out. No one seemed to notice or care. The following days were chaos. My wife tried to justify her actions multiple times, saying Julia regretted what she did, and that it was all a misunderstanding. But I was finally seeing things clearly. Julia wasn't the real problem. The real problem was my wife, who never had the courage to stand up for me or prioritize us. I knew I couldn't stay with someone like that. I filed for divorce. She was shocked, tried crying and begging, but my mind was made up. It wasn't just about the wedding. It was about everything. It was about every time she put others before me, every time she let Julia interfere in our lives. There was no going back. But I didn't just want a divorce. I wanted her to understand the weight of her choices. While we handled the divorce details, I made sure to be firm. I told all our friends and family exactly why we were separating. I detailed what happened at the wedding without holding back. The image she cared so much about began to crumble. Julia wasn't spared either. I made it a point to expose her actions on social media, sharing how she had hijacked our wedding for her own selfish gain. People sided with me. Julia lost many friends and even the respect of some family members. I later found out that her boyfriend, the one she proposed to, broke up with her shortly after, saying he didn't want to be with someone so self-centered. As for my ex-wife, she had to deal with the consequences of her choices without my presence, without the support I had always given her. She finally realized what she had lost. But for me, it was far too late. I moved on, free from that mess, knowing I would never allow anyone to disrespect me like that again. What torments me the most isn't what happened on the wedding day itself, but what it represented. A wedding is supposed to be a milestone, the beginning of a life where two people come together to build something greater as a team. But at that moment, I realized that ideal had never been our reality. I had never been her priority, and that became painfully clear on the one day that was supposed to be entirely about the two of us. Julia, with her arrogance and selfishness, grabbed the microphone and stole the spotlight, but it was my ex-wife who gave her the space to do it. Not only did she allow it to happen, but she also tried to convince me that I was overreacting, that it was just a small detail, a special moment for someone else, as if our day could be shared, as if the magic of our wedding wasn't something unique and sacred to us. It was the epitome of disregard and, honestly, a reflection of our entire relationship. I came to understand something I should have realized long before. I was never her priority. In some way, Julia was always more important. When plans were canceled because of Julia, when she allowed Julia to interfere in important moments, I was always pushed to the side. I kept telling myself these were small things, that in a relationship you have to compromise, that friendships are important. But there's a line between compromising out of love and becoming a mere spectator in your own story. On the wedding day, I realized that for her, I was exactly that, a spectator in what was supposed to be her celebration. The irony is that Julia didn't even stay with the man she proposed to on my big day. It didn't take him long to see who she really was and break things off. That only made it all the more absurd that my ex-wife risked what we had for someone who clearly didn't understand respect. She threw away what should have been the beginning of our life together for a proposal that went nowhere. My ex-wife, of course, continued to think I was overreacting. Throughout the divorce process, she accused me of being selfish, of not understanding the importance of friendships, of making a big deal out of nothing. But the truth is, it wasn't just about Julia, and she knew it. I made it clear that the problem was much bigger. It wasn't just about that specific moment. It was about the pattern it represented. On our wedding day, I shouldn't have had to compete for attention with anyone. The focus should have been on us, our love, our union, and she couldn't grasp that. I tried to explain it to her, but the words started to feel empty. Why should I have to insist that someone understands something so simple? If she couldn't see that the wedding was about the two of us, that on that day we should have been the center of attention, then she would never understand what it means to truly be committed to someone. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life being the last option, living in the shadow of her priorities. Today, looking back, I see how much I freed myself by deciding to leave that relationship. The wedding wasn't ruined just by Julia. It was ruined by my ex-wife's inability to stand up for me, to prioritize us. She always thought she was doing her best, but the truth is, she chose not to put me first. And I decided that if I'm not someone's priority, I'd rather be alone. I have no regrets. Some might think my reaction was exaggerated, but I know my worth. I don't want and won't accept being a mere spectator in my own life, especially on my wedding day. That day was supposed to be about us, and she chose to share the spotlight. That told me everything I needed to know. My ex-wife still tries to justify herself to others. She says I was selfish, that I didn't see her perspective. But anyone who truly understands what a relationship is knows that on that day there was no other perspective. It was about us, or it was about nothing. She chose nothing when she allowed Julia to steal our moment. As for me, I've moved on. I've learned that respect and prioritization are essential in any relationship. Love alone isn't enough if there's no balance. If one person always has to sacrifice while the other does nothing. Now, I'd rather be alone but at peace than in a relationship where my value is constantly minimized. My marriage was a failure, but it taught me something valuable. Never accept less than what I deserve. And if I ever marry again, it will be with someone who understands that on that day and every day, we will be each other's priority. Because without that, there's no union worth having. After everything that happened, life moved on, but not without leaving its marks on all of us. Each of us reaped the consequences of that fateful day and the months that followed. Me, my ex-wife, Julia, and even her ex-boyfriend. Our actions, choices, and values, or the lack thereof, shaped the paths we took afterward. My ex-wife, for instance, spent a long time convincing herself and others that I was the villain in the story. She repeated to everyone that I overreacted, that I was selfish and incapable of understanding the importance of friendships like the one she had with Julia. Some people believed her, of course, but many, after hearing the details of what happened at the wedding, couldn't justify her actions. Over time, she became increasingly isolated, as those who had once admired us as a couple started questioning her ability to truly value the people around her. Worse still, she gradually realized the impact of her choices. Without the constant support I had provided, without someone always by her side, she began to see Julia for who she really was. Julia, the person she had prioritized over me countless times, didn't reciprocate that loyalty. After Julia's boyfriend ended their relationship, Julia's focus shifted, and my ex-wife started to feel what it was like to be second choice. When she needed advice, help, or simply someone to lean on, Julia was nowhere to be found. It became painfully clear to her that Julia wasn't a friend. She was someone who used others for her own benefit. That bitter realization was the price she paid for consistently putting me second. And Julia? Julia got exactly what she deserved. Her boyfriend left her shortly after her ridiculous stunt at my wedding. He made it clear he didn't want to be with someone so selfish and oblivious to how her actions affected others. Julia's downfall was quicker than I expected. Many people sided with me after I shared what had happened, and she lost the respect of friends and even some family members. Her reputation, once built on a facade of charm and subtle manipulation, crumbled. She tried to re-enter the social circles we had once shared, but no one wanted to be associated with a person who had ruined a wedding out of sheer selfishness. Julia's ex-boyfriend, on the other hand, moved on admirably. I learned through mutual acquaintances that he eventually found someone who truly respected and valued him. He got married a few years later to a woman described as the complete opposite of Julia. Calm, kind, and unassuming. I was genuinely happy for him because, like me, he had been a victim of Julia's antics and ego. Seeing him find happiness was a small comfort amidst all the chaos. As for me, I moved on as well, but in ways I hadn't anticipated. After the divorce, I focused on myself and what truly mattered. I rediscovered hobbies I had neglected, reconnected with friends, and slowly rebuilt a life that was solely mine. At first, it was hard to deal with the disappointment, with the sense of having invested so much in someone who didn't value me. But over time, that hurt turned into gratitude for being free from something that would never have made me happy in the long run. Professionally, I achieved more than I ever thought possible. Without the constant drama and distractions my ex-wife and Julia brought into my life, I was able to fully dedicate myself to my career. Within a few years, I earned promotions and recognition. Today, I look back and realize that what happened at that wedding wasn't an end. It was the beginning of a new chapter. A chapter where I am the priority in my own life. When it comes to love, I've decided to be more discerning. I'm in no rush, but I know that if I ever get married again, it will be with someone who respects me, values me, and understands the meaning of true partnership. Someone who, on our wedding day, will stand beside me wholeheartedly, knowing that the moment is about us and no one else. Ultimately, we all went our separate ways, but each of us carried the lessons of what happened. My ex-wife lost not just the marriage, but also the chance to grow alongside me. Julia lost a reputation and a friendship she claimed to value so highly. Julia's ex-boyfriend found peace and happiness with someone who truly deserved him. And me? I gained something priceless. The clarity to know who I am, what I deserve, and the strength to never settle for anything less. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My father refused to walk me down the aisle because his golden daughter had a launch party that day, but he called me in desperation when I found a replacement. This story will surprise you. Don't forget to subscribe. For a long time, I always knew that my parents preferred my older sister Vicky over me. She was the planned daughter, while I was the result of an accidental pregnancy barely 10 months later. They probably didn't even want me but decided to keep the pregnancy anyway. My mother's parents had passed away before I was born, but my father's parents were very much alive, so they took on a significant role in my upbringing. Grandma and Grandpa were the constants in my life, providing the love and support that I often felt was lacking from my own parents. I remember so many times when my parents would leave me behind with my grandparents and only take my sister on trips. When I was young, I didn't mind because it was fun living with my grandparents. But as I grew older, when I was 6 or 7, I realized how unfair it all was. My problem wasn't just with my parents. It was also with my sister Vicky. Although I didn't hold a grudge against Vicky, I couldn't help but feel like an unwanted addition to the family. She knew it too and made me feel like a stranger every day in my own home. She always competed with me for everything, whether it was grades, our parents' attention, or even the smallest achievements. It felt like a constant battle for validation, and I was always on the losing side because my parents always preferred her. As a result, I felt truly inferior, and we never quite understood each other. Our relationship seemed more like a perpetual competition, with her always coming out on top. On one occasion, she wanted to be friends with a group of girls, but since she was a nerd, she was afraid to approach them. One of the girls and I had our classes together, so I introduced her to the rest of the group, and we all used to hang out together. Vicky was so jealous of this that she had my parents talk to me about including her. Moreover, whenever I was with them, she would try to fight, but my mom called me selfish while my dad said she was my sister and I should take care of her. Reluctantly, I agreed and introduced Vicky to the rest of the girls. Now, Vicky doesn't have many friends, so she might seem too enthusiastic, and she constantly tried to impress the girls in our group, often coming off as annoying. Despite her efforts, she struggled to find her place among them, and the awkward tension between Vicky and the other girls was always palpable. For example, one of the girls was interested in a guy, so Vicky took it upon herself to approach him and let him know that the girl liked him. He laughed because he wasn't interested and went and told everyone, which embarrassed the girl. After this, the girls made it clear that they didn't want me to bring Vicky to our gatherings, so I agreed. However, Vicky didn't accept it. She threw a tantrum when she found out that the girls didn't want anything to do with her and insisted to our parents that I shouldn't spend time with these mean girls either, since she was her sister and I should defend her. I refused and told her it was her fault that they didn't want to be friends with her. But my parents, as always, supported her. They gave me a lecture about how Vicky didn't have bad intentions, that I should try to convince the girls to forgive Vicky, but if they didn't, then I should also distance myself from them. I refused and stood my ground. I enjoyed hanging out with them, and unlike Vicky, I wasn't going to jeopardize my friendship in any way. I told my parents that I had had enough and that it wasn't my responsibility to find friends for Vicky. My parents were angry and turned their backs on me for weeks, but I'm glad I stood firm. This group of girls has remained my friends to this day, and they are basically like my sisters. I have cried with them, laughed with them, and shared some of the most significant moments of my life. And that wasn't the only reason Vicky came to hate me. There was also another incident with a guy she was in love with, a guy I had no idea about, and with whom I sat in some classes because we were friends. He tried to ask me to the prom, but I politely declined because I was already going with someone I liked. Later, when Vicky found out, she made a big fuss about it, telling my parents how I always took the things she wanted and how I was flirting with the guy knowing how she had felt about him for months. She called me a bunch of nasty names that no one should say to their own sister and told my parents how she wished I wasn't her sister. My mother took her side, telling me that what I had done was wrong and that as a sister I should respect the girl code. I tried to explain that I wasn't even interested in the guy and that I had declined his invitation so she was free to ask him if she wanted. But Vicky refused to let it go. Looking back, I think she knew the guy would have rejected her anyway, so she just wanted to take it out on me because he had invited me instead of her. Once, my dad took me out for ice cream, telling me he wanted to spend some father-daughter time with me. This had never happened before, so I was really happy. However, he started asking me a lot of questions like if my boyfriend and I were being careful, if my boyfriend came from a good family, or if my boyfriend and I were using drugs. I was shocked by his line of questioning and asked him what he meant by all that. It was then that my dad revealed that Vicky had been making up stories, telling my parents for months that I was using drugs and drinking alcohol with my boyfriend. This was a complete lie, and I showed my dad my phone to prove that Vicky was lying. When my dad confronted her about all the lies, she tried to justify it by saying that no one our age simply spends time with a guy and that I was hiding things from everyone. I was so angry that I yelled at her for trying to create an unnecessary problem and told her it wasn't my fault that she had no one to go out with, but that she needed to stop interfering in my life. Vicky didn't accept this and hit me. This came out of nowhere, as she had never been physically violent before. My nose started bleeding as I fell to the ground, clutching my face in pain. My parents rushed me to the hospital, and all the while begged me not to press charges against Vicky. They said how it would ruin her life. While I was sitting in the back seat holding my face, Vicky didn't even care. She didn't even apologize. Later, when the nurse asked me about the incident, I told her the truth, and she called Child Protective Services. My parents were furious with me for involving Child Protective Services, seeing it as a betrayal of family loyalty. In their eyes, Vicky's actions were dismissed as a mere accident and an isolated incident that didn't warrant such drastic intervention. They begged the authorities and insisted that Vicky was not a danger to me and that her actions were out of character. In the end, Vicky was released, but they warned my parents that they would be closely monitoring our situation in case other incidents occurred. As you can imagine, Vicky was really affected, as were my parents. Later, my parents told me they were disappointed in me for trying to ruin my sister's life. My mother started crying and told me how I was tearing the family apart by involving outsiders. My father's disappointment was palpable. He always had words full of reproach while questioning my decision to escalate the situation. I firmly told him that I wanted Vicky out of my life, and they agreed. I felt guilty for involving the authorities, but for the first time, I felt safe in my own home. Once Vicky had been formally warned, my parents had a separate conversation with her, and from that day on she stopped speaking to me completely. I preferred this much more than having her constantly hovering around me or trying to insert herself into my life. When my grandparents found out about this incident, they asked me to pack my things so I could live with them for the rest of high school. They informed my parents, who didn't protest much, so I went to live with my grandparents. Unlike my parents' home, I felt safe and loved here. The remaining days of high school went well, and I made lasting memories with my friends. My parents never visited or called me during that time. I knew they were happy with their beloved daughter, so I never tried to contact them, even though it hurt that they could discard me so easily as if I were nothing. When I graduated from high school, my parents made the day about Vicky. They didn't even congratulate me or come near me, and I felt like a stranger to them. However, my grandparents were there and scolded my parents for being so obvious about their favoritism. I don't know what my grandfather said to them, but my dad later awkwardly approached me and congratulated me. Later, I found out that I had been accepted into a good university with a full scholarship. I was very happy about that because I was afraid to ask my parents for financial help. I informed my grandparents about this, and they took me out to dinner at a nice restaurant. After dinner, my grandmother posted pictures of me on her Facebook account, writing a long caption about how proud she was of me for being an outstanding student. Our relatives soon found out and joined in the congratulations. I guess some of them might have contacted my parents, who had no idea about all this. Instead of feeling happy about it, my mother called me the next day to tell me that Vicky had locked herself in her room, crying because she hadn't been accepted into any university, and that I was deliberately trying to make my sister feel bad about her grades by speaking with all our relatives. She told me that all this was my fault because I was apparently depressed after the Child Protective Services incident and had pushed Vicky to get bad grades. I was so incredibly devastated that my own mother could blame me for something so absurd. That was the last time I spoke with her. My grandparents helped me move into my college dorm. Since my high school boyfriend's university was far from me, we had broken up, so I started university single. The breakup had been difficult, but I was excited to meet new people. This is where I met Rob. He and I were both first-year students, and we both spent half of our days in the library. Rob was different from anyone I'd ever met before. He is a quiet person and liked to study, which was similar to me, and we quickly found common ground in our shared love for university. As the weeks turned into months, our friendship blossomed into something deeper, and I realized that I had developed feelings for Rob that went beyond simple friendship. Being outgoing, I was quite direct about my feelings for Rob, and I was surprised to find out that he felt the same way. We started dating and have been together for 8 years. My grandparents have met Rob and simply adore him. I've met Rob's parents, who literally treat me like their own daughter. Occasionally, Rob's mother has even confessed to me how she always wished for a daughter, so she's happy that Rob found someone wonderful like me. To be honest, this is the first time I'm surrounded by family who appreciate me and don't hold grudges. I've told Rob stories about my childhood, and he listens and understands my relationship with Vicky. Over these past 8 years, my parents have barely contacted me, except for the occasional birthday message if they remembered. But that's it. Recently, Rob and I got engaged. He proposed while we were hiking to our usual spot to watch the sunrise, and it was a dream proposal. It was so sweet to see how nervous he was while asking me, and I had no doubts in my mind when I accepted. I posted engagement photos on my Instagram and also informed my grandparents about it. They were so happy for me and congratulated us on our future. I guess the news must have spread because my parents called me out of the blue to congratulate me as well. I thought it was just a casual conversation since we hadn't talked for years. They asked about my life, my job, my apartment, before my dad directly asked if he could walk me down the aisle. I was surprised by the sudden question, as just moments earlier he didn't even know which company I worked for. I told him that I hadn't thought about it yet, and my dad said it would be embarrassing if I didn't invite him and that others would question us about it. So it would be better if he walked me down the aisle. I told my parents that I didn't even know if I was going to invite them to my wedding since we hadn't been in contact, but this upset them. My mother started telling me how disappointed she was with my response, emphasizing the importance of family and tradition. She continued telling me how it would always be about my parents no matter what and that I should put the past behind. Part of me was tempted to listen to my parents and accept my dad's offer because I wanted to repair our relationship, but another part of me hesitated, afraid to open myself up to potential disappointments and hurt again. However, I was about to start a new chapter in my life in a few months. So I told my dad that he could walk me down the aisle, and he seemed delighted. During the wedding preparations, I contacted my high school friends with whom I had always kept in touch despite the physical distance that had grown between us due to our careers. I told them how I wanted the group to reunite and that I wanted them to be my bridesmaids. There were many tears of happiness and congratulations, and without hesitation they accepted my invitation to be part of my bridal party, since it was an opportunity for us all to get together again. We all planned to go to Las Vegas to celebrate my bachelorette party, while Rob had a separate bachelor party with his friends as well. My friends and I posted a bunch of photos from the party, and overall everyone had a great time. However, when I got home, my parents called me to tell me how disappointed they were that I hadn't invited Vicky to be part of the celebration. I told them that there was no way I would have included Vicky in my bachelorette party and that I didn't want her to be part of my life. This shocked my parents, and they asked me what I meant. So I clarified that Vicky's actions, particularly her history of lies and gossip, had left me deeply hurt and distrustful of her intentions. I couldn't imagine inviting her to such an intimate and joyful occasion as my bachelorette party, knowing that her presence would make my party less enjoyable. I also informed my parents that this was the reason she was not invited to my wedding as well. Upon hearing this, my parents lost their temper. They complained that I had no right to exclude my sister from my wedding, and that it was my duty as her sister to include her in such important events. They told me that Vicky was excited to meet me after learning that I was getting married. I was confused and asked my parents where she got that idea since we hadn't even spoken for a long time, but my parents ignored my concerns, saying that this was not how sisters behaved. I told them they had to understand that my relationship with Vicky was complicated. After everything that had happened, I simply didn't feel comfortable having her as part of my wedding, not even once as she apologized to me for everything she put me through. However, my parents generally ignored my words. My mother kept saying how she wanted everything to be resolved and that I should make an effort to invite Vicky. My father insisted that our relatives would talk about why my sister wasn't invited and this would end up affecting my wedding. However, I knew it was better not to give in to their demands, so I didn't back down. I told them it was fine if people talked behind my back and questioned my character as long as I was surrounded by people I liked and trusted during my wedding. My mother then asked if my fiancé would be okay with this and also tried to use the in-laws card, saying that they would judge me for being so incredibly cruel as to exclude my own sister from my wedding. I laughed and informed my parents that my fiancé and in-laws knew the dynamic of my family and that none of them would care whether Vicky was present or not. They pressured me to reconsider, suggesting the importance of family unity and forgiveness, but I didn't budge even an inch because I wasn't willing to compromise my own well-being to placate others. In the end, we agreed to disagree, each of us holding on to our own perspectives, and my parents said they needed to think things over and we ended our conversation there. I informed my grandparents about this because I felt a bit guilty for confronting my parents, and they supported me completely. My grandparents told me I shouldn't force myself to invite anyone I didn't want there and that my parents, as usual, were trying to make me feel guilty. Since this conversation, I felt a bit better about my decision and have been distracted with wedding preparations as my wedding is approaching rapidly. Last week, my dad called me to inform me that he had thought a lot and that he and Mom would no longer attend the wedding. Before I could react, he continued saying that this also meant he wouldn't be walking me down the aisle. I asked if there was a specific reason, and he informed me that Vicky would be moving to a new place soon that my parents had helped her find, and since I was going to exclude her from the wedding, she had decided to hold a housewarming party that same day so they would attend that instead of my wedding. I couldn't believe what my father was telling me because he wasn't even invited in the first place, let alone walking me down the aisle, but he was considering telling me that he was the one who decided not to do it. However, the idea that my own sister's housewarming party took priority over my wedding was a hard blow. That was a continuous line of what I had felt for years. I simply told him I understood and hung up the call. Although I tried to act brave in front of my father, deep down the pain of rejection affected me. When I told Rob, he was furious about how insensitive my parents could be after they had insisted on being invited. It was he who gave me the idea to ask my grandfather, as he and Grandma had been basically there in my life more than my parents. I agreed, so I called my grandparents and asked if they would be willing to walk me down the aisle at my wedding. I couldn't hold back while asking my grandfather, "You and Grandpa have always been there for me," I said, with my voice choked with emotion. "You have been more than just grandparents to me. You have been like parents, and I can't imagine anyone else I would want by my side on my wedding day." My grandfather didn't even hesitate before saying yes. He told me how honored he would be to walk me down the aisle, and unlike my parents, he wouldn't disappoint me. His words reassured me, and at that moment I felt a deep sense of peace. With my grandparents by my side, I knew I had a family that loved me unconditionally and accepted me just as I am with all my imperfections. I also spoke with my father-in-law about this, and Rob's parents assured me that they didn't mind if my parents didn't attend, and that regardless of their presence they were delighted to witness and support our union. My wedding is in 2 days, and today I woke up to several missed calls from my dad. I called him back thinking it was an emergency, and when he answered he asked if it was true that my grandfather would walk me down the aisle. I told him yes, it was true, and then my dad got furious, saying how disrespectful it was to have asked my grandfather. I reminded him how he was the one who decided not to come to my wedding, so I didn't understand why he was so upset. My dad continued yelling at me about how he and Mom were just trying to make me see how wrong my actions were, and that they thought by declining the invitation they would teach me a lesson. He went on about how he and Mom had raised me and paid for my food and education, so my grandfather had no right to replace him. I tried to reason with him, explaining that my grandfather had been there for me in ways that he and Mom never were, but he wouldn't listen. He also told me how I had done nothing but push everyone away and that all of this was my fault. I don't think I did anything wrong in this situation. I suppose everyone would have done the same, but how am I the bad one for asking my grandfather to walk me down the aisle and not my father? Update: many people opined, and most said I wasn't the bad one. I've seen many pieces of advice and suggestions on how I should approach this situation. I agree that I need to cut off contact with my parents permanently because their constant indecision is exhausting and starting to affect my mental health. I don't want them in my life when they have consistently shown that Vicky is always their first priority. My parents are selfish, and I've known that for a long time. However, how can a daughter simply stop loving her parents? It's much easier said than done, but it's very difficult to actually do. However, for my peace of mind, I have no choice but to do it so I can enjoy my wedding tomorrow. Update 2. I'm sorry for the lack of updates this past month, but I've been quite busy since my wedding. Yes, my wedding went quite well, with my grandfather by my side as I walked down the aisle. Despite my parents' absence, I couldn't have been happier exchanging vows with Rob, committing to spend the rest of our lives together. My friends and I danced all night, and I can't begin to describe how important it is to stay in touch with your childhood friends no matter what, because sometimes they are your chosen family. During the reception, I felt a slight pang realizing that my parents weren't there to share this special moment, especially when I saw Rob's parents and cousins giving speeches for him. However, I found comfort in knowing that I had made the right decision for myself by prioritizing my own well-being and happiness. Some of my friends gave speeches, sharing memories of our experiences and the bond that had brought us together both in good times and bad. In the days following the wedding, Rob and I went on our honeymoon, which his parents had paid for as a wedding gift. I spent my days just lounging, enjoying time with my husband, and feeling so elated. Every time I look at Robbie, I realize he is now married to me. As mentioned before, I cut off all contact with my parents, blocking them everywhere. I didn't bother sending them an explanation because, frankly, they don't even deserve one. I have no idea if Vicky actually had a housewarming party that day or if it was just an excuse for my parents not to attend my wedding, but at this point I don't care. I wish them nothing but the best for them and their dear daughter. Update 3. I didn't intend to share more after my last update, but something unexpected just happened, and I think you all deserve to know. I hadn't checked my email in the past month due to my wedding and honeymoon, but today while checking emails, I found an email from Vicky. I don't even know how she found my email address, and I was completely shocked. I hesitated about whether to open her email or just delete it without reading it, but as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Inside was a lengthy message from Vicky expressing her regret for our strained relationship and her desire to reconcile. She acknowledged the mistakes she had made in the past, admitting that she had been selfish and immature. Vicky apologized for the pain she had caused me over the years and expressed a genuine desire to make amends. She continued by saying how happy she was for me now that I'm married and that she wishes me nothing but the best. She ended the email pleading that I don't punish my parents by cutting them off and that they missed me. Reading her words, I felt a mix of emotions: surprise, skepticism. Part of me wants to believe that Vicky has really changed, that she is sincere in her apology and is willing to work on repairing our relationship, but another part of me remains doubtful because it seems too good to be true. However, regardless of what she wrote, I know for certain that my parents don't miss me, because if they did, they wouldn't have treated me this way all these years. I considered replying to her, but then decided not to. After all, forgiveness is not something to rush. It's a process that requires time and reflection. Still, I don't know if I want to have a relationship with her again. I might forgive her, but that doesn't mean we'll finally be sisters. To be honest, after my wedding, I no longer feel alone. I've learned to recognize that I have my loving husband by my side, supportive friends, and the unwavering love of my grandparents. And with their support, I know I can face any challenge that comes my way without needing Vicky or my parents in my life. I've also done some research and found a good therapist with whom I've scheduled my first appointment. I've taken this step to address and resolve any wounds from my past and heal from them. Update 4. I think I did the right thing by not responding to the email I mentioned in the last update because now everything is coming to light. It turns out that Vicky didn't write anything, and it was my parents using her account. That's why they stressed so much about me forgiving my parents, because it was them who wrote it. I know this because I happened to run into Vicky one day, and when I greeted her, she looked at me with disgust as usual. I mentioned the email since I thought my lack of response was the issue, and she told me she hadn't sent me anything. She pulled out her phone and found the email in her sent folder, but she swore she hadn't written it. At that moment, we both realized who the author was, as some computer in the house still had Vicky's session open. I also asked her about the housewarming party, and she said it hadn't happened, so as I suspected, it was all a lie from my parents. Then we each went on our way, and that was that. Honestly, I don't know who is worse in my life, my sister or my parents, because at this point what my parents did is already too twisted. At least now everyone will know, because I made a post on my Instagram with the links to my Reddit, so all my family and close friends are reading this story. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Ben, 34, and I've always been the responsible one in the family. You know, the type, the guy who never forgets birthdays, remembers everyone's shoe size, and is somehow expected to fix every crisis because Ben will handle it. My younger brother, Kyle, has always been the opposite. He's the charming failure, the one who shows up late to Christmas with a big grin and no gifts, and somehow everyone laughs it off because that's just Kyle. This year, I thought we had finally found a system that worked for everyone. Back in September, Kyle and I made a deal. I'd handle Christmas for his 2 kids, my nephews, and he'd take care of my son. Max. Simple, right? Fair. And honestly, I was relieved. I love my nephews, but Christmas shopping for 3 kids can get expensive fast. This way, we'd both just focus on one set of gifts, and everyone would have a great morning. I took the deal seriously. I started early, found out exactly what my nephews wanted. The bikes they'd been begging for, the video game they wouldn't stop talking about, new winter coats that actually fit. I didn't cut corners. I spent nearly $1,800 in total because I wanted them to light up when they opened those boxes. Max and I even wrapped everything together, and he was so excited to see his cousins' faces. But I had this nagging feeling. Kyle never mentioned what he was getting for Max whenever I'd casually ask. He'd brush me off with a laugh and say, "Oh, don't worry. I've got something special planned." I wanted to believe him. I wanted this Christmas to be normal. Max is 9 now, old enough to notice when he's being left out. And after last year, when Kyle completely forgot to get him anything until New Year's Eve, I just couldn't stomach the idea of it happening again. Christmas morning came. We drove over to my parents' house loaded down with gifts. I even brought extra coffee for everyone because, well, I'm that guy. The house smelled like cinnamon rolls and pine needles. Carols were playing softly in the background. It was perfect. Max was bouncing with excitement as we all sat down around the tree. Kyle and his wife were already there with their boys, sipping cocoa like it was just another morning. We started handing out gifts. The boys tore into the boxes I'd spent months curating, and their faces lit up exactly the way I'd hoped. "Uncle Ben, this is awesome," one of them shouted, and for a second, my heart felt full. Then it was Max's turn. Kyle grinned, reached into a small bag, and handed Max a single, flat, badly wrapped box. My stomach dropped. Max peeled the paper off slowly, probably expecting a gift card or maybe a game disc. Instead, he held up a cheap neon green plastic whistle, the kind you'd find in a party favor bag at a dollar store. There was this awful silence. Max stared at it like he didn't understand. My parents looked away. Kyle shrugged and said, "Sorry, man. Money's tight this year." I felt my ears ringing. Tight. He and his wife had just gotten back from a week-long ski trip in Colorado. They had matching jackets on right now that probably cost more than my car payment. But I didn't say anything. Not yet. Max's little hands tightened around that whistle, and he went quiet. Not crying, not complaining, just quiet. That was somehow worse than if he'd thrown a tantrum. I stood up without a word, walked to the tree, and started picking up every single box I brought. The bikes, the games, the coats, all of it. My mom asked, "Ben, what are you doing?" But I didn't answer. I loaded everything back into my truck, while Kyle kept saying, "Whoa, Chill. It's not that big a deal. When the last gift was gone, I snapped a quick photo of the empty tree, got in the truck, and sent a single text to the family group chat. Deal's off. Max sat in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. The whistle was still in his hand. By the time I got home, my phone was lighting up with notifications. Kyle had sent a wall of messages. Everything from, "You're overreacting," to, "You ruined Christmas for everyone." Then came the call. "You better bring those gifts back right now," he barked. "My kids are crying." I didn't answer. I just set the phone down on the counter, made Max some hot chocolate, and tried to swallow the knot in my throat. It was almost noon when the pounding started on my front door. The pounding on my door rattled the whole house. Max flinched and looked at me wide-eyed like he wasn't sure if he was in trouble. I put a hand on his shoulder and said quietly, "You're not in trouble, buddy." Then I stood there listening to my brother shout from the porch, "Ben, open the door. You can't just take their gifts like some kind of psycho. You ruined Christmas. This is your fault." I didn't move. Not right away. My stomach was a tight knot, my pulse thudding in my ears. Max was sitting at the kitchen counter now, blowing gently on his hot chocolate, silent as stone. When Kyle's yelling didn't stop, I finally walked to the door and cracked it just enough to look him in the eye. He was red-faced, practically foaming. "You're going to bring those gifts back," he said, not even bothering to say hello. "No," I said simply. That one word seemed to set him off. He threw his hands up, pacing back and forth on my porch like a man possessed. "You can't punish my kids for this." "I'm not punishing your kids," I said, my voice calm, but shaking a little from how hard I was holding myself together. "I'm done being taken advantage of. We had a deal, Kyle. I held up my end. You didn't." He scoffed like I was being ridiculous. "It's not a big deal. It's just Christmas. You're being dramatic." Behind him, his wife appeared, arms crossed, wearing that expression that always made me feel like I was 12 years old again and in trouble. "This is really selfish of you, Ben," she said sharply. "You're teaching Max to hold grudges. He's gonna grow up bitter if you act like this." Something about being accused of teaching my kid to be bitter when all I'd done was try to make sure he felt included made me feel this heavy, hot anger in my chest. "I'm teaching my son that he deserves to be treated fairly," I said, my voice low. "And if that means saying no to being taken advantage of, then that's exactly what I'll teach him." Kyle opened his mouth to argue again, but I shut the door before he could get another word out. For a moment there was silence. Then came the group text messages. "Mom, Ben, just bring the gifts back. Your nephews are crying. This isn't about you. Kyle, you're a jerk for doing this. You ruined the day. Dad, be the bigger person, son." I stared at those messages until the words blurred. Not one of them asked how Max felt. Not one of them even acknowledged that he had been humiliated, that he had sat there holding a dollar store whistle while his cousins got everything they wanted. Max finally spoke so quietly I almost didn't hear him. "Dad, was I bad this year?" Felt like someone had punched me. I knelt next to him, gripping his shoulders. "No, you were amazing this year. This isn't about you doing anything wrong. This is about people being unfair." "Okay." He nodded, but I could tell he didn't quite believe me. By late afternoon, the messages had shifted from guilt-tripping to outright threats. "Kyle, you think you can just keep those gifts? That's stealing. Mom, you're embarrassing the family. Everyone is upset. Kyle, if you don't bring them back, we're done. Don't bother coming tomorrow." Tomorrow was supposed to be the big family dinner. Prime rib, homemade pies, the works. Max had been looking forward to it for weeks. I just texted back, "Then we won't be there." That was apparently the final straw. The phone rang again. This time it was Dad. I answered because if I didn't, he'd just keep calling. Then he said without preamble, his voice clipped, "You're going to return those gifts right now." "I'm not," I said. "This isn't how we handle things in this family." I almost laughed. "How we handle things? You mean how we sweep everything under the rug and pretend it's fine until it happens again next year?" "Your brother is having a hard time," Dad said, his tone softening slightly, like I was supposed to pity him. "He's under a lot of stress financially." I couldn't stop myself from asking, is that why he went skiing last month? There was a pause. That's none of your business. Funny, because apparently it's everyone's business what I do with my money. I shot back. Ben, Dad said in that weary, disappointed tone he had perfected over the years. You're being petty. And just like that, the conversation was over. The rest of the evening was quiet, but not peaceful. Max stayed close to me, quiet but watchful, like he was waiting for me to blow up. I didn't. I made us grilled cheese sandwiches, put on a movie, and tried to pretend it was just another night, but my phone kept lighting up on the counter. More messages, cousins, aunts, even grandma chiming in. Ben, don't punish the kids. Maybe just bring back one of the gifts. You're acting like a child. Not a single person mentioned Max. Not a single person asked what he had gotten. It was like he didn't exist to them unless I was buying him matching pajamas for the family photo. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Max sitting under that tree, holding that whistle, trying not to look disappointed. I thought about all the years I'd been bending over backward to make Christmas magical for everyone, even when money was tight for me. The time I picked up the slack when Kyle forgot to buy anything at all. The year I paid for half of Christmas dinner because Mom said she couldn't afford the ham. And still, somehow, I was the villain now. The next morning, I woke up to a message from Mom. Dinner is still at 4 o'clock. Please come, but leave the drama at home. I stared at it for a long time. Drama. That was what she called standing up for my son. By noon, the group chat had exploded again. Kyle posted a photo of his kids sitting sadly by the empty tree, the same one I'd taken a picture of yesterday, with the caption, "Thanks, Uncle Ben." Family members were commenting with sad emojis and poor boys. I realized then that this wasn't going to blow over. If anything, it was getting worse. Kyle was spinning the story to make me look like some kind of Grinch, and everyone was eating it up. Max was sitting at the table drawing when he looked up and asked, "Are we going to Grandma's?" I hesitated. I could already imagine what would happen if we walked in there. The looks, the whispers, the way Kyle would smirk like he'd won. But before I could answer, there was another knock at the door. This time it wasn't a pounding. It was a slow, deliberate knock, like whoever was out there wasn't in a rush. When I opened it, Kyle was standing there again, but this time he wasn't yelling. He was smiling, and that somehow was worse. Kyle stood there on my porch with that fake calm smile, like he just dropped by for coffee. His hands were shoved into his jacket pockets, and he tilted his head like he was the reasonable one in this situation. "Hey, man," he said lightly, almost too lightly. "Can we talk?" I didn't answer right away. Part of me wanted to slam the door, but another part of me, the part that still clung to the idea that maybe we could fix this, stepped aside and let him in. Max was still at the kitchen table, head bent over his drawing, but I could see his eyes flicking up to watch us carefully. Kyle leaned against the counter like he owned the place, letting out a little chuckle. "Look, yesterday got heated. I think we can both admit that." "Sure," I said flatly. "And Christmas is supposed to be about forgiveness, right? About family." He spread his hands like he was the peacekeeper here. I crossed my arms. "Say what you came to say, Kyle." His grin widened just a little, and I felt a chill run down my spine. "Okay," he said casually. "So here's the deal. I talked to Mom and Dad this morning and we all agreed. You can bring the gifts back, and we'll forget this ever happened." Water under the bridge. I just stared at him. "That's not happening." The smile slipped just a fraction. "Ben, be reasonable. My kids are heartbroken, and my son was humiliated." Kyle sighed like I was being dramatic again. "You're making this way bigger than it needs to be. It was a misunderstanding." "No," I said, my voice harder now. "It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was you not holding up your end of a deal." Again. His eyes narrowed just slightly. "Fine, if that's how you want to play it." He pulled out his phone and tapped something on the screen. A second later, my phone buzzed on the counter. I picked it up and saw what he'd sent. A screenshot of a post on Facebook. My heart dropped. It was my picture, the one I had taken yesterday of the empty tree. Except now it had been shared in our family Facebook group with Kyle's caption plastered over it. Thanks to my brother, my kid's Christmas morning looked like this. He took every single gift back because he didn't think we did enough for his son. I guess some people care more about money than family. In the comments, there were already dozens. Oh, those poor boys. Wow, Ben, really? Couldn't you just let it go for one day? This is so sad. Those kids didn't deserve this. Every single one of them assuming I was the villain. Not a single person asking why I'd done it. Kyle watched my face and smiled like he was satisfied with my reaction. People deserve to know the kind of stunt you pulled, he said smoothly. That's not what happened, and you know it. Doesn't matter, he said with a shrug. That's what they believe. You want to be stubborn? Go ahead. Just know you're the one tearing this family apart. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the room. Max slid off his chair and came to stand beside me, clutching my hand. Dad? He whispered, his voice small. I looked down at him and then back at Kyle. You need to leave. Not until we work this out. There's nothing to work out. I snapped, louder this time. You broke the deal. You humiliated my son. And now you're trying to turn everyone against me for calling you out on it. So get out of my house. Kyle's smile finally faltered. You really want to do this? Make me the bad guy. You did that yourself, I said coldly. For a second, I thought he might actually argue. But then he just shook his head, muttered something under his breath, and walked out, slamming the door behind him hard enough to rattle the frame. I stood there for a long time, heart pounding, trying to steady my breathing. Max tugged on my sleeve. Dad. Everyone thinks you're mean. I knelt down so we were eye level. I know, buddy. But you know the truth and I know the truth. That's what matters right now. He nodded slowly, but I could see the confusion in his eyes. By mid-afternoon, things had somehow gotten worse. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Text messages, voicemails, even a few emails from relatives I barely spoke to. Word had spread beyond just our immediate family. People I hadn't seen in years were chiming in, offering unsolicited advice about forgiveness and family unity. Then came the kicker. Mom called again. I almost didn't answer, but something told me to pick up. Ben, she said, her voice tight. I just want you to know that we're still having dinner tonight, but we're not going to let this ruin the day for everyone else. Kyle and his family will be there, and I expect you to apologize when you walk in. I actually laughed, short and humorless. Apologize for what? For keeping my word when Kyle didn't keep his. For making a scene, she snapped. And for hurting your nephews. What about Max? I asked, my voice cracking just a little. What about what they did to him? There was a pause, and then she said, he'll get over it. Something in me went ice cold. He'll get over it, I repeated. Ben, Mom said, her tone softening. He's a kid. They don't remember this stuff. That was when I realized we weren't just dealing with Kyle's selfishness. This was bigger. This was the entire family deciding that my kids' feelings didn't matter as much as keeping the peace. When I hung up, I sat at the kitchen table for a long time, staring at nothing. Max had gone back to drawing, humming under his breath like nothing had happened. But I could feel this heavy weight settling on my chest. At 4 o'clock sharp, I got another text from Dad. If you're coming to dinner, be polite. Don't bring this up again. Let it go. I didn't reply. I didn't tell Max to get ready either. Instead, I sat there waiting because I knew in my gut this wasn't over yet. And I was right. Around 5:30, another car pulled into my driveway. This time it wasn't just Kyle. It was my parents. And they weren't smiling. When I saw my parents get out of the car, my first instinct was to tell Max to go to his room. Not because he'd done anything wrong, but because I didn't want him to hear whatever was about to happen. He didn't argue. He just grabbed his drawing and padded down the hall, closing his door softly behind him. By the time I opened the front door, Mom and Dad were already halfway up the steps. Mom's face was pinched and tight, the way it always got when she thought I was acting out. Dad looked like he'd just stepped out of a boardroom. Calm, serious, the voice of authority. Ben, Mom said before I could even get a word out. This has gone far enough. I crossed my arms. I told you we weren't coming to dinner. That's exactly why we're here, Dad said, his tone low and controlled. You can't just sit here sulking while the whole family is trying to have a nice evening. You need to fix this. I felt my jaw tighten. Fix what, exactly? Kyle broke the deal. My son got a plastic whistle while I spent almost $2,000 on his kids. And somehow I'm the one who needs to fix it. Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. You're making this all about money, she said sharply. Christmas isn't about gifts. It's about family. And right now, you're tearing this family apart over a few toys. Couldn't help it. I laughed. Not because it was funny, but because it was so absurd. A few toys? Do you even hear yourself? This isn't about the gifts, Mom. This is about respect. About my son being treated like he matters. Mom rolled her eyes like I was being dramatic. You're blowing this way out of proportion. Dad stepped forward then, his voice softer, but somehow more cutting. Son, you need to let this go. You're embarrassing yourself. There it was again. Embarrassing, petty, dramatic. Somehow, standing up for my kid was always framed as a character flaw. I could feel the anger boiling under my skin, but I swallowed it down. Losing my temper would just prove their point. We're not coming to dinner, I said evenly. That's my final answer. Mom's face darkened. Then don't bother coming tomorrow either, she snapped. Or next week or New Year's. If you're going to hold this grudge, maybe it's better if you stay away until you can be civil. Something in my chest twisted. It wasn't that I loved family dinners. Half the time I left them feeling more drained than when I arrived. But hearing her say that, hearing her so casually threaten to cut us out, hit harder than I expected. You're really okay with not seeing your grandson? I asked quietly. Mom didn't even flinch. That's up to you. I just nodded once then. I guess that's it. They stood there for a moment, maybe expecting me to back down, to cave the way I always had before. When I didn't, Dad sighed like I had disappointed him personally and turned back toward the car. Mom followed, muttering under her breath about how stubborn I was. I closed the door, locked it, and just stood there for a long time, my forehead resting against the wood. The house felt painfully quiet. I finally went to check on Max. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, his drawing abandoned beside him, staring at the floor. When he looked up at me, his eyes were big and wet, but he wasn't crying. Are Grandma and Grandpa mad at us? He asked softly. My throat felt tight. They're just upset right now, I said carefully. But that's not your fault. None of this is your fault. He nodded slowly, but didn't look convinced. I sat down beside him, and for a while we just sat there in silence. I wanted to tell him everything. How unfair it was, how tired I was of always being the one to compromise. But he was just a kid. He didn't need my anger on top of his own disappointment. That night, after Max finally fell asleep, I sat in the dark living room staring at the glow of the Christmas tree we'd set up in our own house. The gifts I'd taken back were piled neatly in the corner, still wrapped. I'd meant what I said when I told Kyle the deal was off. But now I wasn't sure what to do with them. Return them? Donate them? Give them to Max? Everywhere I turned, I felt trapped. If I returned them, I'd be out the money and my nephews would still think I was the villain. If I gave them to the boys later, it would look like I'd caved. And then there was Max. I couldn't let him think this was normal. Around midnight, my phone buzzed again. This time it was a message from one of my aunts, someone I hadn't talked to in months. I heard what happened. You need to apologize, Ben. Family is all we have. I stared at the message for a long time, then set the phone face down on the table. That was when it hit me. This wasn't just about Christmas. This was about years of being expected to shoulder the responsibility for keeping the family happy. I was the one who always brought the extra side dish. The one who always offered to help clean up. The one who quietly paid for things when someone else forgot their wallet. And every time I did it, I told myself it was for Max, so he could grow up feeling like he had a big, loving family around him. But sitting there in the quiet, I realized something. All that effort hadn't made them love him more. It had just taught them that they could take from us without giving anything back. That thought hurt more than anything. I didn't sleep that night. I sat there staring at the gifts, running through every memory of the past few years, every slight, every ignored birthday, every time I'd been told I was too sensitive or overreacting. By morning, I knew one thing. I was done playing the role they'd written for me. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do yet, but for the first time in years, I felt a strange kind of calm settle over me because I realized that I didn't have to keep showing up just to be treated like an afterthought. I didn't have to teach Max to accept that either. That morning, instead of getting ready for another tense round of holiday drama, I made pancakes. We ate breakfast together with Christmas music playing softly in the background. Max laughed when I flipped one wrong and it landed half on the counter. For a moment, it almost felt like we had shaken off the weight of everything. But then my phone buzzed again. Kyle had posted another photo, this time of him and his kids at dinner, surrounded by relatives, all smiling and holding up their presents. The caption read, "Some people try to ruin Christmas, but we still made it great. Family first." And just like that, the calm turned into something else. Not anger exactly, resolve. I didn't respond to Kyle's post. Not a single word. In fact, I muted the family group chat entirely that morning. No more alerts. No more guilt-tripping notifications lighting up my phone like an alarm bell. The silence was strangely liberating. Max and I spent the rest of the holidays doing our own thing. We went ice skating at the local rink, just the two of us. We grabbed pizza and watched a marathon of his favorite superhero movies. We even baked cookies from scratch, though half of them came out burnt. And we laughed so hard we almost cried. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, I started to realize something. It felt good. It felt good not bending over backward for everyone else. It felt good not rushing around trying to meet everyone's expectations, just focusing on my kid and our own happiness. It felt like breathing after holding my breath for years. But it wasn't just emotional. With all the time and money I wasn't spending on smoothing things over with the family, I had bandwidth for other things. Things I'd been putting off. That week, I finally updated my resume and applied for a promotion at work that I'd been too nervous to go for. It was a long shot, a management position overseeing a team twice the size of mine, but I figured why not? To my surprise, my boss called me into his office 2 days later. "Ben," he said, glancing at the papers in front of him, "I have to say I'm impressed. Your numbers are consistently among the best in the department. You've been taking on extra projects for months, and you've been mentoring the new hires without being asked. We've noticed." I tried to play it cool, but my heart was pounding. "You're one of the top candidates," he said, leaning back in his chair. "The final decision will be made next week, but I'd start thinking about who you'd want on your team." I left that office feeling 10 feet tall. That night, Max and I went out for burgers to celebrate. He grinned at me across the table, ketchup on his cheek, and said, "Dad, you're smiling more now." It stopped me in my tracks. "Yeah," I said, pretending to be casual. "Yeah." He nodded seriously. "You used to look tired all the time." That hit me harder than I expected. He was right. I had been tired, bone-deep tired from constantly giving more than I got, from fighting battles that no one even acknowledged. But now, for the first time, I felt like I was taking my life back. The next morning, I started making quiet changes. I called the bike shop where I'd bought my nephew's new bikes and explained the situation. The owner, a kind older guy who'd seen everything, gave me store credit for the full amount. "Better they go to someone who appreciates them," he said with a wink. With that credit, I bought Max the mountain bike he'd been dreaming about for months. When I wheeled it into the living room, his jaw dropped. "For me?" he asked, like he couldn't believe it. "For you?" I said, ruffling his hair. He was outside riding it within 10 minutes, whooping with joy as he tore up and down the driveway. The sound of his laughter was like medicine. Word must have gotten back to the family, maybe through one of the cousins who stalked my social media, because a few days later, Cal sent me a curt text. "Real classy, Ben, buying your kid a new bike, just to rub it in." I stared at it for a second, and then deleted it without replying. I didn't need his approval anymore. As the new year rolled in, I leaned harder into this new way of living. I started taking better care of myself, eating real meals instead of scarfing down whatever was left after Max ate, going for runs in the morning, even joining a gym. And with every little thing I did for myself, the anger I'd been carrying started to shift into something else. Not forgiveness, I wasn't there yet, but clarity. I started to see the family patterns for what they were. Cycles that repeated year after year because no one dared break them. Kyle would drop the ball. Mom would excuse it. Dad would tell me to be the bigger person. And I would cave, teaching everyone that it was okay to keep doing it. Not this time. For the first time, I wasn't rushing to patch things up. I wasn't scrambling to make the family whole again. I was letting the fracture sit there. And that was when I realized something powerful. The world didn't fall apart just because I stopped holding it up. If anything, my own little world, the one that actually mattered, was stronger than ever. Then the promotion came through. When HR called to make it official, I almost didn't believe them. Not only had I gotten the job, but the raise that came with it was bigger than I'd imagined. Enough that I could finally start a college fund for Max. Enough that we could take a real vacation that summer, just the two of us. When I told Max, he threw his arms around me and shouted, "We should go to the beach." So we planned it just like that. No group texts, no asking if the dates worked for anyone else. Just me and my son deciding what we wanted and doing it. Meanwhile, the family kept trying to bait me back in. There were texts about birthday parties, about a cousin's baby shower, even about an intervention dinner where we could all talk this out. I didn't go, and the more I stayed away, the clearer everything became. I started hearing things, little bits of gossip that made their way to me through mutual friends. How Kyle had been complaining that without me around, he had to buy all his own groceries for family dinners now. How Mom had been griping that she had to host Easter without my help this year, and it just wasn't the same. A small, grim satisfaction settled in my chest every time I heard it. Not because I wanted them to suffer, but because it meant they were finally feeling the gap I'd left. And somewhere deep down, I started to wonder if maybe this wasn't just about drawing boundaries anymore. Maybe it was about teaching them a lesson they wouldn't forget. The kind of lesson that would make them think twice before ever treating Max or me like an afterthought again. By spring, I was in the best shape I'd been in years, in a better job, and in a stronger place mentally. I had new routines, new confidence, and a new sense of control, which meant when the family came knocking again, this time about a big summer reunion they were planning, I was ready and calm, because for the first time I wasn't just reacting. I was thinking ahead, and I had an idea. When the text about the summer reunion came through, I almost ignored it like I had all the others. But this one was different. It wasn't just another casual invite. It was a full event announcement with dates, a location, and even a spreadsheet link with who was bringing what. The reunion was going to be big. Cousins flying in from out of state, rented cabins near the lake, a whole weekend of barbecues, campfires, and family bonding. Normally, I'd have been the one coordinating half of it, organizing meals, making sure everyone had enough bedding. But this time, I wasn't asked to plan anything, just to bring dessert. That alone was telling. At first, I thought about declining, but then I remembered what I'd been telling myself for months. No more caving. No more appeasing. And part of me realized that if I didn't go, I'd just be leaving the narrative in their hands, letting them keep painting me as the bitter one, the difficult one, the Grinch. If I was going to reclaim the story, I'd have to show up on my own terms. So I texted back short and simple, "Max and I will be there." And then I started planning. The first thing I did was look closer at that spreadsheet link they'd sent. It wasn't locked. Anyone with the link could edit it, which meant I could see not just what everyone was bringing, but who was paying for what, who had reserved which cabin, even which family members were splitting costs. And that's when I noticed something that made my eyebrows go up. Kyle had booked the largest cabin, the one right on the lake with the private fire pit, but he hadn't paid the deposit yet. In fact, the spreadsheet still showed a big, glaring pending in red next to his name. The note said payment was due in 2 weeks. Interesting. A couple of quiet conversations with people I trusted, my cousin Mark, who had no patience for Kyle's antics, revealed even more. Apparently, Kyle had been bragging about how he was getting a deal on the cabin because Mom and Dad were covering part of it as a thank you for all the work he'd done helping organize the reunion. Helping organize. I nearly laughed out loud. Kyle hadn't organized a thing in his life. But that was when an idea started to form. At work, I just finished a leadership course about negotiating and influencing. One of the biggest takeaways had been, use the power you have, not the power you wish you had. And right now, I had two things I hadn't had before: financial breathing room and leverage. Over the next few days, I quietly reached out to the owner of the rental cabins, a local guy named Rick who answered his own phone. I explained that I was part of the reunion group and asked about availability. As it turned out, the big lakefront cabin Kyle had claimed was the last one of its size available for that weekend. So, if someone doesn't pay the deposit? I asked carefully. Rick chuckled. Then it goes back on the market. First come, first served. Good to know, I said, my mind already turning. I didn't book anything yet. I wasn't going to be reckless, but I marked the payment deadline on my calendar and started watching the spreadsheet like a hawk. Meanwhile, life kept getting better in other areas. My new team at work was thriving under my leadership, and I was starting to get noticed at higher levels of the company. Max was doing great in school and had joined a local soccer team, which meant we were spending our Saturdays at games, cheering until we were hoarse. It was a good season, but I never forgot what had happened. And every time I saw Kyle's smug posts about how family is everything, or Mom's passive-aggressive memes about forgiveness, it reminded me why I was waiting, why I was planning. About a week before the cabin payment was due, Kyle texted me out of the blue. Hey man, you're still bringing dessert, right? Don't cheap out this time, lol. The nerve. I didn't reply. Instead, I called Rick back and asked about the cabin again. Still available? I asked. Yep, he said. Still pending payment. Great, I said, my voice calm. Put me down for it. I paid the full deposit over the phone, got the confirmation email, and quietly waited. 2 days later, the spreadsheet updated. The red pending next to Kyle's name had been replaced with a bright yellow booking lost, and right below it in green was my name. The group chat blew up almost immediately. Wait, what happened to the lake cabin? Ben, did you book this? Kyle, did you forget to pay again? Kyle's response came quickly, full of fury. What the heck, Ben? That was our cabin. I typed back, calm as ever. It wasn't paid for. I booked it so Max and I would have a place to stay. See you at the lake. There was a flurry of angry emojis and accusations, but I didn't take the bait. I just let them rage while I pictured Kyle pacing his kitchen, trying to figure out what to do. The other cabins were already full, which meant he'd have to find lodging somewhere off-site or cancel. And that was just step one. Over the next week, I made sure everything for the reunion weekend was handled perfectly on my end. Max and I got matching new swim gear, packed our favorite snacks, and even bought a small fire pit grill for roasting s'mores. If Kyle thought I was going to show up sulking, he had another thing coming. The day before the reunion, I got a text from my cousin Mark. Just so you know, Kyle's been telling everyone you stole the cabin on purpose to humiliate him. I smiled at my phone. Good, I texted back, because humiliation wasn't even the half of what I had planned. The day of the reunion dawned bright and warm, the kind of summer morning that smells like sunscreen and lake water. Max was practically vibrating with excitement as we packed up the truck. The cabin confirmation had felt like winning a battle, but this weekend was the war. I told myself over and over that this wasn't about getting even. It was about setting the record straight, about showing my son and everyone else that we weren't doormats. When we arrived at the lake, I almost laughed at how perfect the timing was. The cabins were clustered close enough that you could not miss each other coming and going. Kyle and his family had just pulled up and were unloading their car. Except instead of heading to the lakefront cabin they'd been bragging about, they were dragging suitcases toward one of the small overflow cottages way in the back, the kind usually rented to last-minute guests or fishermen passing through. Kyle saw me get out of the truck, and his face went red instantly. Wow, he said loudly, loud enough for half the family to hear. Look who decided to show up after months of sulking. I smiled pleasantly. Hey Kyle, glad you made it. He opened his mouth to say something else, probably something cutting, but I just walked past him, Max at my side, and unlocked the door to the big lakefront cabin. The look on Kyle's face when he realized exactly where we were staying was priceless. Unbelievable, he muttered under his breath. Inside, the cabin was perfect. Big windows overlooking the water, a stone fireplace, enough room for Max to run around and explore. As we unpacked, I noticed that my hands weren't shaking. Months ago, I'd have been bracing for confrontation, dreading the inevitable drama. But now I felt strangely calm. That evening was the big family cookout. Everyone gathered near the lake, kids splashing in the shallows, aunts and uncles setting up folding chairs. When Max and I walked down with our cooler, heads turned. Conversations quieted just slightly, the kind of quiet that comes when people are sizing you up. I smiled, nodded politely, and started unloading our things like nothing was wrong. Kyle, of course, couldn't help himself. "So," he said loudly again, making sure everyone could hear, "you really thought it was okay to steal our cabin?" I glanced at him, calm. "It wasn't your cabin, Kyle. You didn't pay for it." His wife jumped in, her arms crossed. "Because we were waiting for Mom and Dad to send their part." "You knew that." I tilted my head. "I knew there was a deadline and I knew it was going to expire. That's why I paid for it. Simple as that." There was a murmur from some of the cousins, half in agreement, half uncomfortable. Kyle's face was red now. "You did this to humiliate me." I shrugged. "No, I did it to make sure Max and I had a place to stay. And then, because I'd been waiting for this moment for months," I added, "and because maybe it's time someone in this family learned to follow through on their commitments." That was when Dad spoke up from his chair. "Ben, let's not start." "No," I said, my voice steady. "Let's. Because for years I've been the one holding this family together. I've been the one buying extra gifts, covering for people when they forget, paying for dinners when someone forgets their wallet. And every time I said something, I was told to let it go, to be the bigger person. Well, I am done being the bigger person when it just means being walked on." The entire group was silent now. Even the kids stopped splashing. Kyle laughed bitterly. "Wow. So this is what it's about. Some Christmas presents." "This is about respect," I said sharply. "It's about my son sitting under that tree holding a plastic whistle while you sat there smiling. And when I stood up for him, you turned the entire family against me. You made posts online calling me selfish. You told everyone I ruined Christmas. And not one of you stopped to ask what Max got that morning." I turned, looking at everyone now, Mom, Dad, the cousins, all of them. "Do any of you even know what he got?" No one answered. "A whistle," I said flatly. "That's it. A whistle. And you all told me I was overreacting, that he would get over it." Mom shifted uncomfortably. "I'm not here to fight," I said finally, softer now. "I'm here to enjoy the weekend with my son. But make no mistake, we are done being the afterthought. We are done being the ones who give and get nothing back." I sat back down calmly, opened a soda, and passed one to Max like nothing had happened. For a long moment, no one said anything. Then Mark, bless him, cleared his throat and said, "Honestly, Ben's right. We've all let Kyle escape scot-free for years. Maybe this was overdue." The spell broke then. A few other cousins nodded. Someone even clapped me on the shoulder as they walked by, murmuring, "Good for you, man." Kyle looked like he was about to explode. He muttered something under his breath and stalked off toward the back cottages, his wife trailing behind him. The rest of the evening was surprisingly pleasant. Conversations shifted. Kids went back to playing. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like I was just another member of the family, not the designated scapegoat or fixer. But the real payoff came later that night, around 10 p.m., after the campfire had burned low and most of the family had gone to bed. I saw Kyle stomping back toward the lakefront cabin. I braced myself, but instead of yelling, he just stood at the edge of the porch, his face red, his hands clenched. "You made me look bad," he said quietly, his voice shaking. "No," I said, standing up and meeting his eyes. "You did that yourself." He didn't have a comeback for that. After a long moment, he turned and walked away. Max came out onto the porch then, rubbing his eyes sleepily. "Everything okay?" I smiled down at him. "Yeah, buddy. Everything's okay." And for the first time, I really meant it. The next morning, the lake was glassy and still, reflecting the pale pink sunrise. Max was already outside on his new bike, riding lazy loops around the cabin's driveway. I stood on the porch with a mug of coffee, breathing in the quiet. It didn't last. Around 8 o'clock, Kyle's wife stormed up the path, her face pinched and tight. "We're leaving," she announced, not bothering with a hello. I just nodded. "Okay." She looked thrown by my calmness. "You don't even care?" "Of course I care," I said mildly. "I hope you all have a safe trip." She opened his mouth, probably to unleash whatever lecture she had loaded, but Kyle appeared behind her and grabbed her arm. "Forget it," he muttered. "Let's just go." And just like that, they left. By the time everyone else woke up, the little back cottage was empty. No kids running around, no Kyle making sarcastic jokes, no simmering tension hanging in the air. The whole atmosphere shifted lighter, easier, like someone had turned down a noise you didn't realize had been blaring. Throughout the day, aunts and uncles kept stopping by our cabin. "You really said what needed to be said last night," one of my uncles told me as we grilled burgers for lunch. "We've been biting our tongues about Kyle for years," another cousin admitted. "Honestly, we always felt bad for Max. He got overlooked a lot. Good on you for finally calling it out." It was strange. The same family who had been silent at Christmas was now quietly coming around, acknowledging what I'd known all along. This wasn't a one-time issue. This was a pattern. Even Mom approached me that afternoon, wringing her hands like she didn't know where to start. "Ben," she said, her voice softer than I'd heard it in months, "I think I owe you an apology." I stayed quiet, waiting. "I shouldn't have said Max would get over it," she admitted. "That wasn't fair. You were right. What happened wasn't okay. And we should have asked how he felt before jumping on you." Something loosened in my chest. "Thank you," I said simply. She hesitated. "I just don't know how to fix things with Kyle. He's furious." "That's his choice," I said, not unkindly. "All I can do is make sure my son knows I've got his back." She nodded, tears in her eyes, and I realized she was genuinely trying, maybe for the first time. That evening we had another campfire, and this time the laughter felt easy. Max sat between me and Mark, roasting marshmallows until they caught fire, then waving them around like torches. When he finally crawled into my lap, sticky and smelling like smoke, he whispered, "Dad, this is the best trip ever." And just like that, everything felt worth it. The next morning, before we left, I noticed something on the spreadsheet. Kyle had removed his name from all future family events. Not just the reunion, but Thanksgiving, Christmas, even the annual 4th of July barbecue. For a moment, I wondered if I should feel guilty. But then I thought about Max's face that Christmas morning, holding that whistle, and the way Kyle had smiled like it was nothing. No, this was the natural consequence of years of taking without giving. On the drive home, Max was chattering about all the things he wanted to do at the lake next year. "Do you think we'll get the same cabin again?" he asked eagerly. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror and smiled. "I think we'll get whatever cabin we want." Because the truth was, I'd already called Rick before we left and put down the deposit for next summer for the same lakefront cabin. This time, no one could take it away. When we pulled into our driveway, Max hopped out of the truck, ran straight to his bike, and started circling the yard again. I stood there watching him, feeling lighter than I had in a long, long time. No guilt, no anger, just clarity. We had finally drawn the line, and this time we weren't stepping back. I snapped a picture of Max riding under the afternoon sun, his hair wild and his smile wide, and sent it to the family group chat with a single message. "We're doing just fine." And then I muted the chat again. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name is Oliver. I'm 27, and for most of my life, I've been the responsible one in my family. You know how every family has roles that somehow get cemented over the years. My sister Amelia was always the baby and the dreamer. She got away with things I never could, while I was the one expected to hold everything together to be the example. I was the one who got good grades, picked up after myself, and worked part-time jobs as soon as I could. Meanwhile, Amelia floated through life with this aura of entitlement, like the world existed to bend around her. Our parents enabled it. And as much as I tried not to resent it, that favoritism stuck to me like a shadow. Growing up, Amelia had this smile she'd flash whenever she knew she was pushing a boundary. It wasn't a sweet smile. It was the kind of smile that said, "I'm about to get away with something, and you won't stop me." That same smile followed her into adulthood. She was 24 now, still living at home. No real job to speak of, bouncing between passions like painting, writing, or lifestyle blogging. Meanwhile, I'd worked my way into a steady career in finance, had my own place, and was proud that I was finally in control of my life. Or at least I thought I was. The first hint of disrespect came on a Sunday afternoon, the kind that sneaks in disguised as a joke. I'd stopped by my parents' house for dinner. My mom had cooked one of her big family meals, and Amelia was perched at the table, scrolling through her phone like she always did. At some point, she let out a little laugh and said, "Oliver's basically like my emergency fund. If I ever really need something, I know he'll just fix it for me." She said it casually, tossing her hair back like it was harmless. But I caught the look in her eye. Calculated testing. My dad chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't take advantage of your brother." But his tone was light, not serious. Mom just said, "Well, that's what families are for." Everyone laughed except me. Inside, I felt this prickle of irritation crawl up my spine. I wanted to correct her, to say I wasn't her fund. But if I did, I knew what would happen. I'd be accused of overreacting or not being able to take a joke. That's how it always was. So I forced a smile. Even though I felt the first sting of something I couldn't quite name, it wasn't just the comment. It was the way no one else saw it for what it was. That night, as I drove back to my apartment, I couldn't shake the unease. I thought about every little moment like that stacked up over the years. The times Amelia would borrow money and forget to pay it back. The times my parents would scold me for saying no, reminding me she was my sister, as if that word alone was a blank check she could cash whenever she wanted. I had drawn boundaries, but they were invisible to everyone but me. And I realized for the first time that maybe Amelia had been waiting for me to slip into the role she'd already decided for me, her safety net. I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself I'd just misinterpreted her words. But I didn't believe it. Not fully. Because when Amelia smiled at me across that dinner table, it wasn't the smile of a sister teasing her brother. It was the smile of someone who knew exactly what she was capable of and exactly how much she could get away with. And just a few days later, that smile would come back in a way that would change everything. The next few weeks did nothing but prove that the uneasy feeling I had wasn't paranoia. It was instinct. Amelia had this way of making herself the center of gravity wherever she went. She didn't earn it. She didn't deserve it. But somehow everyone around her orbited without question. My parents especially. They always excused her lateness, her irresponsibility, her sudden bursts of artistic ambition that left her unemployed for months at a time. Whenever she stumbled, the net appeared, not woven by her own hands, but by everyone else's, and more often than not, it was me stretching it taut. It started with little things, as it always does. Amelia would forget her wallet when we went out as a family. At first, I didn't mind covering her meal, thinking she'd get me back. But she never did. One Saturday, after a long work week, I treated myself to a coffee at the cafe near my office. I had barely taken my first sip when my phone buzzed. It was Amelia. "Hey, can you send me $200? My phone bill's due, and I don't want to get shut off. I'll pay you back Friday." I stared at the message for a full minute, the coffee suddenly bitter on my tongue. I knew what would happen if I said no. She'd go crying to our parents. They'd call me selfish. And eventually the guilt would eat me alive. Against my better judgment, I transferred the money. Friday came and went. So did the next Friday. No repayment, not even an acknowledgement. When I reminded her, she acted annoyed. "You make good money, Oliver. Why are you acting like you're broke? Chill." That was Amelia's favorite word when she was called out. Chill. As if my boundaries were overreactions, my feelings inconveniences. My parents echoed it in their own way. "She's still finding her footing, Ollie." Mom would say with this sigh that made me feel like I was the unreasonable one. You've always had it together. Can't you be patient? Dad would add. One day she'll figure things out, but until then you can help out here and there. That's what family's about. But it was never here and there. It was constant, a slow drip wearing down the stone. One night, I stopped by the house again, and Amelia was sitting on the couch with her laptop open. She didn't even look up when I came in. "Oh, by the way," she said, her voice casual. "I used your Netflix account to sign up for some extra stuff. You'll see a couple charges." I blinked. "What do you mean extra stuff?" She finally looked up, grinning. "YouTube Premium, a few streaming channels, no big deal. It's just easier with your card since you already have everything set up." I froze in the doorway, my jacket still half on. "Amelia, you can't just add subscriptions without asking me. That's my money." She rolled her eyes like I was being dramatic. "It's like $10 here and there. Don't be so uptight." Mom, overhearing from the kitchen, chimed in. "Oliver, honestly, why make a fuss over something so small? It's not like she bought a car with your card." Dad chuckled at that. Amelia smirked at me, victorious. And just like that, I was trapped. Say nothing and I was complicit. Say something and I was the problem. The tension twisted tighter when Amelia's birthday rolled around. She threw a big party at the house. Loud music, friends sprawled everywhere, drinks spilling across the counters. I wasn't planning to attend, but Mom called me that afternoon and said, "Don't forget to bring a nice gift for your sister. She's been through a lot this year." I nearly laughed at that. Through a lot. She hadn't worked in 6 months and spent most of her days online shopping. Still, I showed up with a modest gift, something I thought she'd at least use. A good pair of noise-canceling headphones. When she unwrapped them, she gave this little laugh like it was a joke I didn't get. "Oh, thanks, Ollie. These are cute. But, I wanted the limited edition designer bag, right? I sent you the link weeks ago." The room went quiet for a moment. Her friends giggled uncomfortably. My parents looked at me expectantly, like maybe I had a second gift hidden somewhere. When I didn't, Amelia shrugged and set the headphones aside without another word, as if my effort had been worthless. I left early that night, the laughter and music echoing behind me, feeling more like an outsider than ever in my own family. I drove home in silence, gripping the wheel, the headlights cutting through the dark. That was the moment I realized something important. Amelia didn't see me as her brother anymore. She saw me as a resource, a tool, and my parents had built the stage for her to play that role, applauding her every step. The favoritism wasn't subtle. It was a chorus, constant and loud. But I didn't know then just how far she would go, how sharp her entitlement could cut. I didn't know that soon I'd wake up one morning and find myself staring at my bank account in disbelief, my chest tight, my hands shaking as the numbers told a story I wasn't prepared to hear. And all of it would start with that same smile. The betrayal came quietly, without warning. And yet, it was the loudest moment of my life. It was a Thursday night, nothing special. I'd gotten home from work, exhausted after a string of long days at the office. I kicked off my shoes, microwaved some leftovers, and sat down with my laptop to pay a few bills. It was supposed to be a routine evening, the kind where nothing happens, the kind you forget the next day. But when I opened my banking app, the numbers staring back at me didn't make sense. My checking account balance, which should have been comfortably padded, looked as though someone had drained it with a straw. Thousands gone. At first, I thought it had to be a glitch. I refreshed the page once, twice, a dozen times, my heart pounding harder each time the same numbers flashed back at me. Then I scrolled down to view recent transactions. And that's when I saw it. $12,000 in charges. Not small, gradual withdrawals. Not a slow leak. One giant hole torn into my finances, spread out across designer boutiques, high-end electronics, and luxury beauty websites. My stomach dropped, cold sweat breaking across my forehead. Each line of text blurred as I read the merchant names. Then I froze on the final transaction. A payment to a jewelry store downtown. The description was seared into my brain. $3,200. Amelia's Jewelry Boutique. I felt like the air had been sucked out of the room. My first thought wasn't anger. It was disbelief. My second thought, though, the one that stuck in my chest like glass, was realization. There was only one Amelia in my life, and she had used my credit card. My hands shook as I grabbed my phone and dialed her number. She picked up on the second ring, her voice bright and casual, like nothing had happened. "Hey, what's up?" I couldn't keep my voice steady. "Amelia, did you use my credit card?" There was a pause. Not long, not guilty, just calculated. Then I heard that smile in her voice. "Oh, come on, Ollie. Don't sound so dramatic. I just used it for a few things." "A few things?" I almost choked on the words. "Amelia, $12,000 is gone from my account. Do you even understand what you've done?" She laughed. She actually laughed. "Relax, big brother. It's not like you can't afford it. You're doing great with your job, right? And besides, I'll pay you back eventually." Her voice was dripping with nonchalance, as if we were talking about borrowing a sweater, not hijacking my financial stability. I felt my whole body tense, a storm rising in my chest. "You had no right. None. That's theft. Amelia, do you even realize you could go to jail for this?" That's when her tone changed. Sharp, defensive. "Wow, really? You're gonna call me a thief? I'm your sister, Oliver. Family doesn't treat each other like strangers. You act like I stole from some random person. I'll pay it back. You just need to chill." Couldn't even respond. I hung up, my hands trembling so badly, I nearly dropped the phone. Minutes later, it buzzed again. This time, it was a text from Dad. Short, blunt, almost scolding. "Your sister told me about your little overreaction. She's family. Let it go. Don't ruin relationships over money." I stared at the screen, stunned. My overreaction. Ruining relationships. It wasn't Amelia draining $12,000 from me that threatened the family. It was my reaction to it. The walls of my apartment felt like they were closing in, the betrayal pressing down on me from all sides. That night, I barely slept. I kept seeing the numbers flash across my screen, hearing her laugh echoing in my head. I thought about all the years of small favors, the jokes about me being her personal ATM, the way my parents always told me to let it go. And now here I was, nearly wiped out, treated like the problem for daring to resist. Something cracked inside me. A trust that had been stretched thin for years finally snapped. For the first time in my life, I wasn't just angry. I was done. But even then, I didn't know just how deep the betrayal would go, or how blind my parents were willing to be in defending her. Because the very next day, as I sat at the kitchen table in my parents' house demanding answers, Amelia walked in with that same smile she'd worn all her life, the one that said she was untouchable. And that was the moment I realized this wasn't just about money. This was about power. The next morning, I drove to my parents' house with a knot in my stomach so tight I could barely breathe. I hadn't showered, hadn't eaten. I just threw on yesterday's clothes, grabbed my bank statements, and left. My eyes stung from a night of staring at the ceiling, replaying that phone call over and over. I told myself this would be the moment things finally shifted, that if they saw the proof, the cold, undeniable numbers, they'd understand. They'd have to. When I walked in, Amelia was already at the kitchen table, sipping coffee like she didn't have a care in the world. Her nails were freshly done, glossy and expensive. My mom was humming over the stove, flipping pancakes. Dad was buried in his newspaper. It looked like any other morning, and that normalcy made me angrier than anything. I slapped the printed bank statements on the table in front of Amelia. "Explain this." She glanced down, barely skimmed the numbers, and leaned back in her chair with that smug smile. "I told you already. I just used it for some things." "Chill, Oliver. You're making it sound like I ruined your life." I turned to my parents, my voice cracking under the weight of exhaustion. "Do you see this? $12,000. That's not a joke. That's not a small mistake. That's theft. She stole from me." Dad folded his paper slowly, looking at me with that heavy, disappointed expression he reserved for times I didn't fall into line. "Don't use that word," he said flatly. "She's your sister. You don't accuse family of theft." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My voice rose despite myself. What else do you call it, Dad? She used my card without permission. She emptied my account. This isn't about family. It's about respect. And she doesn't respect me. Amelia let out a laugh, soft and taunting. Respect, Oliver? It's not that deep. You're acting like I went behind your back to ruin you. I just needed things. You'll bounce back. You always do. Her words hit me harder than the numbers on the page. You'll bounce back. That was the role they had written for me my whole life. The one who endured, who kept going, who cleaned up the mess. And now it was being thrown back in my face as justification. Mom finally turned from the stove, setting down a plate of pancakes with a sigh. Oliver, you have to let this go. She's your sister. Money comes and goes, but family is forever. Don't destroy your bond over a few purchases. A few purchases? My voice cracked. $12,000 is a few purchases? Dad's eyes hardened. Enough. You're not going to sit here and attack your sister at this table. If you can't handle supporting family when they're in need, maybe you're not as grown up as you think. I felt the floor tilt beneath me. Not only had they dismissed what Amelia did, they turned it into a reflection of my character. In that moment, I realized there was no amount of evidence that would change their minds. Amelia could burn the house down, and they'd ask me why I wasn't holding the fire extinguisher. The room went quiet except for the clink of Amelia's spoon against her mug. She was smirking again, basking in the shield my parents had built around her. I'd never felt more alone. That was the moment I hit rock bottom. Not financially, I could recover from that. But emotionally, mentally, I saw the truth laid bare in my parents' eyes. Amelia could do no wrong. And I was just the wallet, the safety net, the scapegoat. I walked out without touching the pancakes, without another word. Mom called after me, her voice tinged with irritation, not concern. Oliver, don't be dramatic. Amelia's laugh followed me out the door. Back in my apartment, I sat at my desk, staring at the same numbers again. My savings had taken a blow, my trust was shattered, and I had no one in my corner. I felt like screaming, but instead, I sat there in silence, my mind replaying everything. Every time I'd let it slide. Every time I'd swallowed my words to keep the peace. But underneath the despair, something new was stirring. Quiet, small, almost invisible. It wasn't rage. It was colder than that. It was resolve. I didn't know exactly how yet, but I knew one thing. I couldn't keep playing the role they had written for me. I couldn't keep being the responsible one who absorbed the damage. They wanted me silent, compliant, forgiving. But something inside me had shifted, and I wasn't going back. I stayed up that night, not refreshing my bank account this time, but researching options, strategies, loopholes. I wasn't ready yet, but I knew the day was coming. The day when Amelia's smile would finally falter. The days after that confrontation were some of the loneliest I'd ever lived through. My parents stopped checking in with me, as if I'd cast myself out by refusing to bend. Amelia, of course, was louder than ever, posting photos online with her new designer bags, her shiny jewelry, captioning them with things like, "Treat yourself. You deserve it." Every time I saw one of those posts, my chest tightened, but I didn't comment. I didn't confront her again. On the surface, it looked like she'd won. But something had shifted inside me at rock bottom. The humiliation, the dismissal, the betrayal. It stripped me down to nothing. But it also cleared the fog. I had nothing left to lose in their eyes. And with that came freedom. I poured myself into my work. I was already good at my job, but now I was relentless. I took on bigger projects, volunteered for late hours, started networking with people I'd once been too timid to approach. When my manager noticed my performance, he pulled me aside. "Oliver, if you keep this up, I can see you moving into senior management by the end of the year." It was the first spark of validation I'd felt in months. I clung to it. Money started flowing again. Not just from my salary, but from the investments I'd quietly been nurturing. I'd always had a head for numbers. And now that I had motivation to secure myself, I began building something solid, something no one could touch. While Amelia flaunted her stolen luxuries, I was buying into assets she couldn't even spell. She thought she was clever, playing games with my card. She didn't realize I was building a fortress brick by brick, one she'd never get near. At the same time, I made changes to my personal life. I closed joint accounts my parents had insisted I keep open for emergencies. I moved my savings into a separate institution entirely, under a trust in my name. I canceled every shared subscription, every lingering tie. Amelia noticed, of course. She texted me one night, dripping with fake innocence. "Hey, Netflix isn't working anymore. Did you change something?" I stared at the message and let it sit on read. For the first time in my life, I ignored her. The silence was intoxicating. Outside of work, I started expanding my world in ways that had nothing to do with my family. I joined a gym, something I'd always told myself I was too busy for. I took up running. I found myself cooking again instead of just eating takeout over spreadsheets. Slowly, I could feel the old version of me, the one who was always drained, always used, shedding like a second skin. And people noticed. Friends who hadn't heard from me in months commented on how different I seemed. More focused, sharper. Even colleagues started looking to me for advice, asking how I managed to juggle so much. Every word of recognition built me up brick by brick, higher than Amelia's shallow little pedestal. Meanwhile, the cracks in her perfect facade started to show. I didn't gloat, not outwardly, but I watched. Her social media posts grew more sporadic. She pawned one of the designer bags she'd bought. I heard through my mom that Amelia had applied for 3 jobs in a week and hadn't landed any. Still, when they spoke to me about her, it was always with pity. "She just needs time, Oliver. Be patient with her." But I wasn't patient anymore. I was observant, calculating. It was around this time that something interesting happened at work. My company partnered with a financial security firm, and through them I learned about advanced fraud monitoring systems, the kind banks and corporations used to track suspicious activity. Fascinated me. I began studying the details, reading every article, every case study I could get my hands on. First, it was just professional curiosity. But late at night, when I thought about Amelia and that smug smile, I realized what I was really doing. Gathering tools. Because I knew one thing for certain. She wasn't done. She'd taken once and she'd do it again. People like Amelia didn't stop when you told them to. They stopped when they hit a wall so high, so immovable that climbing over became impossible. And I intended to be that wall. I didn't make any moves yet. Outwardly, I played my role, quiet brother, distant son. I showed up for the occasional family dinner, sat through conversations where Amelia's struggles were coddled, and said little. Every smile I gave was rehearsed, every nod controlled. They thought I was retreating, but in truth, I was rising, preparing, growing stronger with each passing day. And though they didn't know it yet, the balance of power was shifting. For the first time, I had something Amelia couldn't touch. Leverage. It was almost eerie how smoothly life began aligning itself in my favor once I stopped playing the role my family had written for me. I wasn't just recovering financially. I was building something greater than I'd ever had before. My job promoted me into a senior management role, just as my boss had hinted. And with that came not only a substantial pay raise, but also access to information and resources most people never see. I had influence now, real influence, and I was learning how to wield it carefully. But the real shift came from knowledge. My company's partnership with that financial security firm wasn't just a side project anymore. It became my obsession. I dove into everything they taught us. How fraud detection worked, how banks traced suspicious purchases, the intricate methods people used to launder or hide stolen funds. I spent evenings poring over case studies, learning how patterns revealed themselves over time, how a simple oversight could expose someone's entire scheme. At first, I justified it as career development. But late at night, staring at those reports under the glow of my desk lamp, I knew better. I wasn't just studying finance anymore. I was studying Amelia. I was building a map of her weaknesses, her carelessness, her entitlement. Every fact I learned was a thread I could one day pull. The first piece of useful information came from an unexpected place. I ran into one of Amelia's old high school friends while grabbing groceries. We chatted briefly, and when her name came up, He rolled his eyes. Amelia's still mooching off everyone. She messaged me last month asking for a loan because she wanted to start a candle business. Said she had big investors lined up. He laughed. I didn't bite. Figured it was another one of her schemes, candle business investors. I nearly laughed myself, but instead I stored it away. Amelia's greed wasn't random. It was escalating. She wasn't just siphoning from me anymore. She was fishing elsewhere, building her little castles on quicksand. That was valuable information because it meant she was careless with more people than just me. And carelessness left trails. Then a week later, I got a call from my mother. She was flustered, her voice tight. Oliver, could you help Amelia? She's having some trouble with her bank. Something about her account being flagged. It's all a misunderstanding, of course, but she's very upset. I hid my reaction, but inside my pulse quickened. Trouble with her bank. Accounts flagged. This was exactly the kind of vulnerability I'd been waiting for. I asked a few casual questions, pretending to be sympathetic. From Mom's vague answers, I pieced together that Amelia had been depositing large sums of money. Money she claimed came from reselling items online. The bank wasn't buying it. They froze her account temporarily, demanding proof. I didn't say much, only that I was busy with work, but when I hung up, I leaned back in my chair and smiled for the first time in weeks. Amelia had just handed me the perfect weapon without even knowing it. Because here's the thing, when banks suspect fraud, they don't just let it slide. They document everything. They investigate. They keep records that don't disappear, even if the case fizzles out. And with the knowledge I'd been gaining at work, I knew how to read those records, how to request them, and if the time came, how to make sure the right people saw them. Still, I wasn't ready to act. Not yet. Revenge wasn't something to rush. It had to be precise, calculated, timed like the strike of a predator. If I lashed out too soon, I'd be dismissed again as the overreacting brother. But if I waited, if I let Amelia grow cocky again, let her dig herself deeper, I could pull the ground out from under her so completely that even our parents wouldn't be able to defend her. So I played the long game. At family dinners, I let her boast about her business ventures while my parents nodded along proudly. I sat quietly, smiling to myself, while she bragged about new investors who were lining up to support her. She had no idea I was listening carefully, filing away every lie. Meanwhile, I strengthened my own position. I opened a second investment account, one completely insulated from my family's knowledge. I built a side business quietly, a consulting service that brought in extra income. By the time Amelia was pawning her jewelry to stay afloat, I was sitting on enough savings to walk away from my job tomorrow if I wanted. And then one night, I stumbled upon something that turned my quiet preparation into a concrete plan. Amelia had left her laptop unattended during a family dinner. While she was in the kitchen, I happened to glance at the screen. She'd left her email open, and there it was. An unread message from her bank. The subject line read, "Final notice. Documentation required." My chest tightened. I didn't touch the laptop. Didn't need to. That one glimpse was enough. Amelia was hanging by a thread, her finances one step away from collapsing completely. And I had all the scissors in my hand. Revenge, when it finally came, didn't look like rage or shouting. It didn't look like slammed doors or heated confrontations. It looked like me sitting at my desk in absolute silence, sipping a cup of coffee while typing a series of emails with steady hands. Cold, precise, deliberate. I had waited months for this moment. Months of watching Amelia flounder under the weight of her own entitlement. The bank notices. The business ventures that never took off. The quiet desperation hidden behind her curated social media posts. It was all unraveling. And now, with her account flagged and her parents still shielding her from any real accountability, I knew the time had come to pull the one thread that would make her entire house of cards collapse. The first step was documentation. I gathered every shred of evidence I had. Screenshots of the unauthorized charges on my card, statements showing the $12,000 drained from my account, even text messages where Amelia admitted, "I just used it for a few things." Those words were gold, careless, arrogant gold. Then I added every detail I'd quietly collected since. Her candle business pitches, the names of people she'd hit up for money, and most importantly, the bank's flagged account emails. Step 2 was subtlety. I didn't storm into a police station or confront her head-on. Instead, I prepared a neatly organized file, professional, clean, irrefutable. I knew exactly where to send it, the fraud investigation department at her bank. Thanks to the training I'd soaked up at work, I even knew how to format it so it would grab their attention. I didn't write a dramatic cover letter, just the facts, arranged so neatly that they spoke louder than any accusation could. Step 3 was patience. I sent the packet off and then I waited. 2 weeks later, the storm hit. I was at my apartment one morning when my phone buzzed. It was my mom, frantic. "Oliver, something's happened with Amelia's bank account. They froze everything again. They're saying there's an investigation. Can you come over and help?" Her voice was laced with panic, the kind she never spared for me, only for Amelia. I told her I was busy with work, which was technically true. Busy enjoying this moment. That evening, curiosity got the better of me. I stopped by the house. Amelia was in the living room, pacing like a caged animal, her hair a mess, her phone clutched tight in her hand. My dad sat stiff in his armchair, his jaw clenched, while Mom hovered nearby, wringing her hands. The moment Amelia saw me, she snapped. "Did you do this?" Her voice cracked with something I had never heard before. Fear. I tilted my head, keeping my expression calm, almost bored. "Do what, Amelia?" "My bank account is frozen. They're accusing me of fraud. They have all these documents, these screenshots of my purchases. They even had texts I sent. How could they?" She cut herself off, realizing too late that she had just admitted everything in front of our parents. I let the silence stretch, my eyes on her, steady and unflinching. Then I spoke, slow and quiet. "Maybe they just finally saw you for what you are." Dad shot me a look, sharp and accusing, but this time I didn't shrink. I leaned back against the couch, arms crossed, and let Amelia's panic fill the room. For once, I wasn't the one on trial. She was. The next days were a blur of chaos for her. Not for me. The bank demanded explanations she couldn't give, charges she couldn't justify. Every careless move she'd made was suddenly laid bare under scrutiny. The friends she'd once charmed with her false promises stopped answering her calls. The money she flaunted vanished as quickly as it had appeared. I stayed quiet through it all. No arguments, no gloating, just silence, calm, steady silence. And that silence drove her mad. She called me one night, sobbing, begging for help. "Please, Ollie, they're going to press charges if I don't clear this up. You work in finance. You know how to fix this. You always fix things. Please, just this once." I listened, every word a reminder of how many times she'd laughed at me, dismissed me, used me. When she finally fell quiet, I answered in the same tone she once used with me. Cold, dismissive. "Chill, Amelia. You'll bounce back. You always do." Then I hung up. For the first time in my life, I felt what power really was. Not the kind that screams and claws for control. The kind that sits, waits, and watches as the person who thought they were untouchable crumbles under the weight of their own arrogance. And yet, this was only the beginning. Because while Amelia was unraveling, I still hadn't revealed the full extent of what I had prepared. The final move, the one that would make her not just stumble, but fall so hard she couldn't get back up, was still waiting in my back pocket. The fallout came faster than even I expected. A month after Amelia's account was frozen, the official letter arrived. The bank was pursuing legal action for fraudulent activity. Not just for the $12,000 she had stolen from me, but for the pattern of shady transactions she had built over the past year. Loans she tried to finesse, business expenses that couldn't be verified, deposits from strangers that looked more like scams than sales. She wasn't just careless. She had crossed into territory where banks stopped offering sympathy and started calling lawyers. My parents were beside themselves. I still remember the night my father called me. His voice strained in a way I had never heard before. "Oh," he said, "they're saying Amelia could face charges. Jail time. We need your help. Please, son. You've always been good at this. Fix it. Fix it. The two words they had always clung to when it came to me. For years I had been their bandage, their shield, their scapegoat. I closed my eyes, letting the silence stretch before I answered. I can't fix something she never should have done in the first place. There was a long pause. Then, in a rare moment of honesty, my father's voice cracked. She's your sister. She was, I said flatly, and I hung up. From that day on, they stopped calling. It was Amelia who reached out, desperate and panicked. Long messages, pleading voicemails, even showing up once at my apartment door. Her face was hollowed, her confidence shattered, her once perfect hair in tangles. She looked nothing like the sister who used to smirk across the dinner table, certain she was untouchable. "Oliver, please," she whispered through the crack in my doorway. "I'll pay you back. I'll change. Just don't let them take everything." I looked at her for a long moment, and all the memories came back. Every time she had laughed at me, dismissed me, stolen from me. Every time my parents had told me to let it go. Every time I had been made to feel like the problem for demanding respect. And then I thought of those words she had thrown at me when I begged her to see what she'd done. "You'll bounce back. You always do." I shut the door without a word. The investigation went forward. Amelia wasn't thrown in jail. Her privilege and a half-decent lawyer spared her from that. But the fines were crushing. Tens of thousands in penalties, black marks on her credit, accounts closed, reputation ruined. She was forced to sell off nearly everything she had left. Her bags, her jewelry, even her car. The girl who once strutted around in designer clothes was back at my parents' house, broke and bitter, living in the same room she'd grown up in. As for my parents, their blind favoritism turned into a weight they couldn't carry. They drained their savings trying to help her, covering fees and debts, hoping to protect her future. It left them financially strained, their retirement plan gutted. They never admitted out loud that they had been wrong, but I could see it in their eyes whenever they looked at me, something between shame and resentment, as though they couldn't decide if I was the villain or the only one who had ever been honest. And me? I rose higher. Promotions kept coming. My investments grew. I bought a home in the city, a sleek place with tall windows and a view that reminded me every morning how far I had climbed. I no longer lived in the shadow of my family's dysfunction. I built something entirely my own, untouchable. The last time I saw Amelia was at a family dinner months later. She sat quietly at the table, a shell of the person she once pretended to be, pushing food around her plate. No flashy jewelry, no smug smile, just silence. At one point, her eyes flicked up to meet mine, as if searching for a trace of sympathy, a hint of forgiveness. I held her gaze for a moment, then leaned back in my chair and said the words that had been waiting on my tongue since the day she drained my account. "Chill, Amelia, you'll bounce back." Her fork clattered against the plate. No one spoke after that, and for the first time in my life, I left the table not as their scapegoat, not as their safety net, but as the one person who had finally broken the cycle. The cycle was over, and so was I. Now on to the next story. Story 7. Hi Reddit, I'm Lily, 29, and I never thought I'd be the type to post on here. But after everything that's happened, I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it all out will help me make sense of what my life has turned into over the past year. I used to think I had a pretty normal life. Stable job, decent friends, and what I thought was a solid marriage. But one phone call shattered everything I believed about the person I loved most. And then came the aftermath. The lies, the manipulation, the gaslighting, and the family drama. Oh, the family drama. But I'll get to that. This all started about 8 months ago. I was married to David, my husband of 5 years. We met in college. He was charming, the kind of guy who knew exactly what to say to make you feel like the most important person in the room. He wasn't flashy or overly affectionate, but he was dependable, or so I thought. Our relationship had always been a bit one-sided, but I chalked it up to differences in personality. I'm more quiet and thoughtful. David's not. He's more assertive, always liked being in control, I guess. Back then, I didn't realize how deep that went. I work in publishing, mostly from home, while David's in real estate. His hours are unpredictable, and for a while that worked for us. It gave me time to focus, and we had our rhythm. But then there were little red flags. He started coming home late more often. He'd brush off my questions with vague answers. He was more on edge, short-tempered over the smallest things. I remember one night I asked if he wanted to do something for our anniversary, and he sighed like I just asked him to climb Mount Everest. Then came the moment that changed everything. It was a Wednesday. I wasn't supposed to be home until late because of a meeting downtown, but it got canceled last minute. I figured I'd surprise David, maybe grab takeout on the way and have a spontaneous dinner together. We hadn't really connected in weeks, and I missed him. I remember I was actually smiling as I unlocked the door. The house was quiet except for the low hum of his voice from the study. The door was cracked open, and I could hear him on the phone. I froze the moment I heard him say it. "She's nothing special, just easy to control. I could do so much better." There was a pause, then laughter. Another voice, a man I didn't recognize, said, "Then why settle?" David chuckled. "I don't know, convenience, I guess. She won't leave. She doesn't have it in her." I didn't breathe. I didn't cry. I just stood there like a statue while my heart cracked in two. I backed away quietly, slipped out the front door, and drove to my sister Mia's apartment. I didn't say a word, just showed up at her door, eyes wide, numb. She took one look at me and pulled me inside. I didn't go back home that night or the next. I stayed with Mia for a few days, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. The betrayal was one thing, but the way he said it, like I was some throwaway object, was what really broke me. I kept thinking back to all the times I made excuses for him, all the times I thought his distance was my fault. How blind had I been? I didn't confront him right away. I needed time, space. Mia wanted me to torch the house. Kidding, mostly. But I wasn't ready for confrontation. Not yet. Instead, I got quiet, observed, listened. I still had access to our shared bank account, and when I checked the statements, well, let's just say some interesting charges showed up. Dinners at restaurants I'd never been to. A hotel stay downtown. David was careful, but not careful enough. He never imagined I'd check. Never imagined I'd leave. When I finally called him 3 days later, I told him I was taking some time for myself. He didn't argue, just said, "Okay, take all the time you need." Like he was doing me a favor. No apology, no concern, nothing. That was when I knew for sure he didn't care. He never really did. 3 months passed. I filed for separation, quietly moved most of my things out. Mia helped, and a couple of friends from work pitched in, and cut off contact except for email. David didn't really seem to notice. I think he assumed I'd just disappear like some obedient little puppy. And then, out of nowhere, he showed up at my door. He looked different, tired, haggard even. He asked to come in, said he'd made a mistake, said he'd been going through a phase, said he was under a lot of pressure and didn't mean anything he said. I didn't say much, just stood there in the doorway watching him squirm. He even cried actual tears. It might have meant something if I hadn't seen the hotel receipts, if I hadn't heard his voice. So smug, so dismissive, like I was some piece of furniture he regretted buying. I didn't let him in. That should have been the end of it. But it was just the beginning. Because the moment I stood up to him, David decided to involve his family. And let me tell you, his mother, Linda, is a character. Imagine someone who thinks the world owes her son everything because he was the star of his high school football team 20 years ago. She always treated me like I was lucky to have him. At our wedding, she actually said into the mic during the toast, "I hope Lily learns to keep up with David. He's got a big future." Yep, that kind of person. After I refused to let David back in, Linda started calling. First it was polite, "Sweetheart, I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. David loves you." Then it turned condescending. "You're overreacting. All men say stupid things, you need to grow up." And then the guilt tripping began. "You're breaking up the family. You think your sister will take care of you forever? You don't even have kids. What future do you have?" At first I ignored her, but the calls didn't stop. She even came to Mia's building once, unannounced, demanding to speak with me. I wasn't home, thank God, but Mia let her have it. I still laugh thinking about it. Mia standing there in sweatpants, arms crossed, saying, "Lily's not a doormat just because you raised one." Linda left in a huff, of course. But that wasn't the end. Then came the texts from David's sister, Amanda. We used to be close, or so I thought. But apparently blood is thicker than betrayal. She told me I was ruining David's life, that I'd humiliated him, that he was finally starting to open up and I'd crushed him by leaving. Couldn't believe it. I started to wonder if I'd been crazy all along, if I'd really blown things out of proportion. But then I'd remember his voice on that call. "She's nothing special." And I'd remember how none of them cared until he was inconvenienced. The tipping point came 2 weeks ago. I got a letter from David. Not a text, not an email. A handwritten letter, 6 pages long. It was surreal. He wrote about how he missed our routine, our dinners, our Sunday walks. He said he was willing to forgive me if I came home. He actually wrote that, "Forgive me," like I was the one who'd done something wrong. He said he'd talked to a therapist once, and that was proof he was working on himself. And the kicker, he said his family was willing to welcome me back, but only if I promised to stop being so difficult. I read it 3 times, stunned. I wasn't sure if I should laugh or scream, but it hit me he still didn't get it. None of them did. They thought I'd just roll over and play house again like nothing ever happened. Like I should be grateful to be accepted back into their little club. That was when I decided it was time for them to learn who they were really dealing with. I wasn't going to cry. I wasn't going to beg. I wasn't going to explain myself one more time. No, I was going to play the long game. Quiet, strategic, precise. The first move came when I picked up the phone and called David's boss. Now, I wasn't the kind of person to meddle in someone's job. I've always believed in keeping professional and personal separate. But something about that letter, it flipped a switch in me. The arrogance, the assumption that I'd been the problem. The line that got me the most was, "I'll give you another chance if you're willing to behave." That wasn't the language of someone trying to heal a relationship. That was a power play. And for the first time in a long time, I realized just how much of my life I'd spent being small. Shrinking myself down so David could feel bigger. Being agreeable so his mother wouldn't call me moody. Pretending I didn't hear their jabs over dinner. Their little comments about how I wasn't ambitious enough or outgoing like David's exes. So no, I didn't feel bad when I called his boss. I didn't do it to get him fired. That wasn't the point. I just asked a few questions. Innocent questions, really. I knew David worked for a boutique real estate firm, very reputation-driven. They had high-end clients, the kind who cared deeply about image. I called and asked to speak to someone in HR. Said I was considering working with one of their agents, and that I'd like to know if the firm had any policies in place about their agents speaking disparagingly about clients or spouses in public. Hypothetically, I said, what if I overheard one of your agents say something truly awful about his wife on speakerphone? Would that concern you? The woman paused. I could hear her typing. Well, yes, that would be highly inappropriate, she said slowly. Do you have a name? I told her I didn't feel comfortable saying that. I just wanted to know their policy. She explained they take professional conduct seriously and thanked me for calling. I hung up with a strange calm in my chest. I didn't need to burn his world down. I just needed to make him sweat. Let him feel the pressure. Feel out of control for once. And apparently it worked, because the next day I got a voicemail from David. His voice was tight, almost panicked. Hey, Lily? Weird thing happened today. Someone from HR said they got a complaint about me. Not sure what that's about, but if it was you, can you just call me? I think we need to talk. I didn't respond. 2 days later, Amanda texted me. What did you do? David's on edge and Mom's furious. You're seriously going too far. That made me laugh out loud. Going too far? I hadn't even started. But then the calls started again. Not from David this time, it was Linda. She left a voicemail so long I had to delete it halfway through. She accused me of sabotaging her son's future, of playing games like a bitter little girl. And then she ended it with, you always were unstable. David tried to save you. That part got to me. Not because I believed it, but because I realized something. This was never just about David. It was about control, power. This entire family had created this illusion of David as some perfect golden child, and anything that threatened that image, my independence, my silence, had to be destroyed. That's when I remembered something important. David and I had a shared storage unit downtown. Mostly it held his stuff, old sports trophies, childhood books, and boxes of files he never got around to digitizing. But there were a few things in there with my name on them. 2 legal documents, photos, journals. So I went to the unit, and that's where I found something that shifted everything. I was sorting through the boxes labeled with my name when I found a small unmarked envelope. It was tucked between old notebooks, ones I'd filled with story ideas when I was still dreaming of writing a novel. Inside the envelope were several folded-up receipts. At first I thought they were just old credit card slips. But as I opened them, my hands went cold. They weren't just receipts. They were copies of charges I hadn't seen on our shared bank account. Restaurant bills, hotel stays, jewelry, spa visits. All in another city 2 hours away. The name on the receipts? Samantha D. I didn't know a Samantha, but judging by the dates, this Samantha had been around for over a year. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The late nights, the indifference, the way he looked at me like I was in the way. He hadn't just been venting to a friend on the phone. He'd been building a double life with someone else. And he'd been careful enough to keep her out of the shared accounts, but careless enough to store the proof where I could find it. I sat on the cold cement floor of the storage unit and stared at those receipts for a long time. Not crying, not even shaking, just thinking. And that's when my revenge plan evolved. I wasn't going to yell. I wasn't going to storm his office or post about him online. No, I was going to dismantle him the same way he tried to dismantle me. Silently, strategically, piece by piece. I started gathering everything. Photos, receipts, screenshots. I compiled it all into a neat little file, organized, dated, stamped. Then I contacted an old friend from college, Ella, who now works as a freelance journalist. I didn't give her everything, just enough. A whisper, a tip about a real estate agent who might be hiding more than a few secrets. She said she'd look into it. In the meantime, I booked an appointment with a divorce lawyer. A real one this time. No mediation, no compromise. And just when I thought I had control of the situation, I got a message from Mia. Hey, call me now. It's about Mom and Dad. That's when the second storm hit. Because apparently David had contacted my parents behind my back. And what he told them, that I'd had a breakdown, that I was unstable, that I'd abandoned him without warning and was trying to ruin his life out of spite. He said he was worried for my safety, and that he thought my family should step in before it's too late. And to my horror, they believed him. Not entirely, but enough. Because when I showed up to talk to them, they looked at me like I was fragile glass. My dad asked gently if I maybe misheard what David said on the phone that day. My mom asked if I was still taking my vitamins like I was 5 years old. And when I tried to show them the receipts, my mom actually said, "Are you sure those aren't forged?" I wanted to scream. Instead, I left. I walked out of that house shaking, not from sadness, but from a fire rising in my chest that I hadn't felt in a long time. They didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. And David, he knew they wouldn't. He knew exactly how to twist the narrative, knew that my quiet, private nature could be used against me. But he forgot one thing. I'm quiet, but I'm not weak. I didn't go home that night. I couldn't. I drove around for a while with no destination, the city lights blurring through the windshield as my thoughts raced. I wasn't crying. Not exactly. But there was this crushing pressure in my chest like I was holding my breath without realizing it. I ended up back at Mia's, her key shaking in my hand as I opened the door. She was already waiting, barefoot, arms crossed, wearing one of my old hoodies. She didn't ask what happened. She just handed me a mug of tea and said, "We're going to fix this." That sentence shouldn't have made me tear up, but it did. Because for weeks I'd been bracing myself alone, and suddenly I wasn't. The next morning I decided to stop playing defense. First, I wrote a letter. Not to David, to my parents. A long, detailed letter with everything laid out. The phone call I overheard, the receipts I found, the storage unit, the voicemail from Linda, the manipulation. I wrote plainly and carefully. No drama, no poor me, just facts, evidence, my story. I included copies of the receipts and even screenshots of texts from Amanda and Linda. Then I printed it all, sealed it in an envelope and mailed it not just to their house, but to my mom's office and my dad's P.O. box. I wanted to be sure they couldn't ignore it or pretend they never saw it. No more letting David own the narrative. But even then, I knew this wasn't just about setting the record straight. This was about accountability, and not just his. Mine too, because I had let things slide for too long. Not just with David, but with my family. I had been quiet, patient, accommodating. I'd learned somewhere along the way that being the easy one kept the peace. But I wasn't that person anymore. A few days passed, then my mom called. She didn't apologize, not really. She just said, "I read your letter." That was it. A pause. Then, "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" I almost laughed. The question was so simple, so naive, that I didn't even know how to answer. I think I mumbled something like, "I wasn't sure you'd believe me." She got quiet after that. Said she needed time. Said she didn't know what to think. I said okay and hung up. That evening, Mia and I were in the kitchen when I got the next message. It was a photo from an unknown number. At first I couldn't tell what it was. Just a blurry image of papers scattered on a desk. Then another photo came in, this time clearer. It was a screenshot of a draft email from David to a legal contact. The subject line, "Urgent confidential settlement terms." I stared at it. Another photo came through. This one showed a bullet point list. At the top, in bold letters, non-disclosure clause. No public statements. Return of personal property. And then the final line. In exchange, client agrees not to pursue any legal claims. I felt cold all over. This wasn't just a grieving husband trying to save face anymore. This was a calculated attempt to shut me up. And somehow someone wanted me to know. I stared at the number, no name, just digits. I texted back, "Who is this?" No reply. I called straight to voicemail. For the rest of the night, I sat with that feeling in my gut, that twisted, heavy certainty that something bigger was happening behind my back. David wasn't scared. He was cornered, and he was preparing for a counterattack. The next morning, I got a call from a lawyer. Not mine, David's. She was polite, almost apologetic. Said she wanted to extend an offer to resolve things amicably. I asked what that meant, and she said, "David is prepared to offer a generous financial settlement, provided certain boundaries are respected." "Boundaries?" I said. "You mean silence?" She hesitated. "Confidentiality for both parties." That was the moment I realized David was terrified of the truth getting out, of people learning who he really was, not just his family but his clients, his firm, the image he built so carefully over the years. He wasn't worried about me leaving. He was worried about me talking. I told her I'd consider it. Then I called Ella. "I think I'm ready," I told her. "I want to share the story." Ella was cautious. She asked me if I was sure, reminded me what that might mean for my privacy. But I was done hiding. I didn't want revenge in the traditional sense anymore. I didn't want to ruin his life. I wanted to reclaim mine. I wanted the version of me that existed before David, before Linda, before all of it. Before I started defining myself by what other people needed me to be. We agreed to meet the next day. Ella said she'd bring a recorder and a list of questions. She wasn't going to publish anything without my approval, but she wanted to get the story down just in case. But later that night, just as I was starting to feel wrong again, something happened that nearly broke me. Mia and I had gone to bed early. Around midnight, there was a knock at the door. At first we thought it was just a neighbor, but then came the voice. It was Linda. "Lily," she called out. "I know you're in there. We need to talk." I froze. Mia jumped up, marched to the door, and looked through the peephole. Then she turned to me and mouthed, "She's not alone." There were at least two others outside, figures in the shadows. One of them we assumed was a man. Mia flipped the lock, but didn't open the door. "You need to leave," she said, her voice firm but controlled. "Please," Linda said. "This has gone far enough. We just want to talk." "No," I said, loud enough to be heard. "We're done talking." There was silence. Then Linda's voice turned cold. "You think you're strong now, don't you? You think people are going to believe your little sob story?" I didn't answer. "Let me remind you," she said. You were nothing before David. We gave you everything, and we can take it all back. That last line hit like ice water. Mia lost it. You're lucky there's a door between us, she snapped. Get off our porch before I call the police. There was some muttering, a sound like shuffling feet, then silence. They were gone. But something about it didn't sit right. That tone in Linda's voice, that threat. I felt something shift in me again. Not fear, exactly, just clarity. This wasn't going to be a quiet ending. This was war. And I hadn't even played my best card yet. Because there was one person left who hadn't heard the truth. David's firm. Not just HR but the partners. And I had a way in. After that night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window until the sun came up, heart pounding, staring at the empty street. Mia was furious, pacing around the apartment muttering things like, that woman needs to be institutionalized. And, one more knock on that door and I'm getting a restraining order. But me, I wasn't angry anymore. I was focused, clear. For months I'd let them make me feel small. They twisted the story, turned my family against me, treated me like a disposable object. But now I had something more powerful than any insult or intimidation. The truth. And it was time to let it speak. Remember how I said I had a way into David's firm? Turns out one of the partners, Mark, was an old client of my publishing company. We worked together a few years ago on a promotional book his wife was writing. It was a cookbook, actually, beautiful photography, high-end recipes, very glossy. We'd stayed in touch casually, the way people do when they genuinely like each other but live in different professional worlds. I sent him a message. Nothing dramatic. Just, hi Mark, I hope you're well. I have some information regarding one of your agents that you may want to be aware of, especially given your firm's reputation. Let me know if you're available for a quick call. Lily. He responded within the hour. Give me 10 minutes. That call was the most composed I've ever been in my life. I told him everything. The hotel receipts, the manipulation, the phone call I overheard. I emphasized that this wasn't a personal vendetta. I wasn't asking for David to be punished. I simply thought they should be aware of the kind of man representing their firm, especially when some of those business dinners listed on the receipts had been paid for with a company card. There was a long silence on the line. Then Mark sighed and said, you know, I had a feeling. He thanked me, said he'd look into it quietly, that I wouldn't hear from him again, but that I'd likely see the results. True to his word, I never heard back. But 2 weeks later, David's profile disappeared from the firm's website. Just gone. No farewell post, no moving on to new opportunities. Erased. And that wasn't all. Ella and I published the story. We didn't name him outright, but the details were unmistakable for anyone who knew him. The piece was framed around the broader issue of emotional manipulation and control in marriages. How abuse isn't always bruises or screaming matches. Sometimes it's whispered dismissals, financial control, or rewriting someone's reality until they don't recognize themselves anymore. It was raw, but it was honest. The story blew up. Not viral, but enough. It got picked up by a few relationship blogs, then a podcast. I didn't expect the messages that followed. Hundreds of women writing in, sharing their own stories, thanking me for making them feel seen. I cried reading them all. All that pain I'd been holding. Suddenly it wasn't just mine. It meant something. David, meanwhile, tried to contact me 3 times. First through email saying I'd gone too far. Then through a mutual friend, claiming he was devastated by how I portrayed him. And finally, he showed up again at Mia's, this time during the day. I didn't answer the door, but Mia did. I still don't know exactly what she said to him out there on the porch, but he left with a look on his face like he'd been hit by a truck. I haven't seen him since. As for his family, Linda went quiet after she realized the public was no longer on her side. Amanda blocked me. My parents, well, they're still trying to wrap their heads around it all. My mom called a few weeks ago, said she didn't realize how bad it had been, and that she was sorry for doubting me. It wasn't the perfect apology, but it was something. And me? I moved out of Mia's place and got a little 1-bedroom on the other side of the city. It's not fancy, but it's mine. I bought a tiny espresso machine and a bookshelf I assembled by hand. I started writing again, not just stories for clients, but my stories. My voice. I even finished that novel I started years ago. People always think revenge is about destruction, blowing up someone's life, watching them suffer. But for me, revenge was quieter. It was reclaiming the pieces of myself he tried to erase. It was telling the truth. It was refusing to disappear, even when they begged me to. Especially when they begged me to. David thought I was easy to control. He was right about one thing. I'm nothing special. I'm just free. And that's more than he'll ever be. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.